Friday night, here it is. Some people are tired from their week. Some people are weeping with fatigue. Some people are crawling into bed. Some people have got Netflix with them. They're watching a movie to just let their weak minds drip down the drain. But a few are going the distance. They're going for speed. Some of us are here to play chess or to think about chess. We're just going to eke a few more drops out of our miserable brains before we collapse. Go us. These fights are for everyone, whether you wish to fight or spectate. Either way, they are open to one and all. We have... Hey, Scotty! Welcome to the dojo! Double welcome to the dojo. Wow, what an animation. We've got 2 arenas set up for anyone who doesn't have a chosen partner. This is the first day we're renewing this after a long time, so yeah, we'll see what the first day brings. But we're looking forward to getting it started again. And yeah. No. And, building over the course of a couple weeks into the glorious thing that it was in the past. Jesse and Kostya did this thing together. Back when I was still teaching classes from distance learning, COVID times. And now I'm bringing it back with their blessing. I used to watch the show a little bit occasionally before I even joined in myself. Okay. So, why don't you folks, you don't have to commit or play or anything, why don't you check if our links are working? Is anybody brave enough to check if our arenas are open and working? Yeah, the painting is still up. We've been back 2 weeks now. Yeah, 15 days. Oh, on YouTube, they won't have the commands the way they do on Twitch. Can't click the links. Okay, that's not a great sign. But Jake says it looks like we're operational. Excellent. All right. Oh, let's go do something I haven't done in ages. Let's go post on Twitter. I'll just post this command. Might be too long. Might be too long a command for Twitter, huh? All right, there. I even posted on social media, folks. That's how important this thing might be. I don't like posting on social media. It's too late and I am too old. Well, at some point in the 24-hour arena, it won't be too late anymore, right, Evan? So maybe tomorrow you can get a game. The point is not for anyone to play 24 hours. Fish or Seb's just joining in the joking, you know? It's really just to have a long period where anyone can come play a game so that people from any time zone can participate. So if it's too late for you right now, that just means you're supposed to play sometime tomorrow. That's all it means. All right. Good luck, Scotty. I'm a step ahead of you. I got 3 in the bed. Yes. I told them, close your eyes. It's about to get bloody, kids. We should definitely get together one of these days. We could have our kids fight and then videotape it and post it on Chess Dojo's YouTube. Twenty classical games in a day is insane. That is really insane. Go Charlie. Go Charlie. Oh, that's fun, Scotty. That's fun. Very nice. My middle kid came to the chess club with me occasionally in France. There was a tiny little chess club there. What do you mean by 2 streams, Scott? Not Scotty, but Scott over on YouTube. Is the stream not normal over on YouTube? Oh, Scott and Scotty are the same. Okay, that makes sense. It's on chess.com, Adoring Praise. You can find the links here. Yeah, we streamed to both. Let's see, clubs. It was canceled? Chess Dojo. Friday night fight 1600 plus arena was canceled. Yeah. Okay. I guess nobody was ready to fight today. The strongest player of what, Fisher said? And yeah, we multi-stream all our streams pretty much now to Twitch and YouTube. Gets us a few extra viewers. Yeah, good luck with your fight, Scotty. The strongest player is normally Magnus Carlsen. But maybe there's something else in the question. They're probably ChessCom ratings, yeah. So if you have a USCF or FIDE rating, you can add a couple 100 points to it. Hey, Cartier. The 1600 plus apparently was canceled, Fisher said, so I can't tell you who was the strongest. Apparently there were a couple people, there were 2 people in it supposedly waiting, and then it didn't go, maybe? Yeah. There's 1 minute till the lower one kicks off or gets canceled. So if there's anyone under 1600, go ahead and join that, and you could play a game. Otherwise, it's going to be up to you to pair yourselves with each other rather than doing it through the arena, which is fine too. Anyone who wants to play should challenge somebody else who wants to play. I would guess we need 1 more player in the next 40 seconds for the under 1600 one to hold, but we'll find out. Here's the link. Honestly, even if you're over 1600, maybe join it, and then we'll have a tournament at least. There we go. All right, and now the tournament can happen. Awesome. Good stuff. All right, we'll officially say this tournament is for anyone of any rating, okay, folks? They're going to be using a pairing system where it pairs you with the person closest to in rating in general, I think, not the person with the same number of points. So if you're 500 and somebody else is 500, you'll get paired together. I think. So let's see if that's true. Yeah, the 2 1900s got paired together. And look at these 2 players, 1175 and 1176. Perfect. And they got paired together too. So, hey, welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for coming in. Let me try and get this right because the spelling is not obvious to me. Pokochai. Shaki. Yeah, that's cool, Jake. Welcome in, folks. We are doing the first refresh of the Chess Dojo's Friday Night Fights. Hey, thank you, Pokochai, and wow, it must be late for you. Pokohi Shahi. Yeah, appreciate it. Awesome. Pokohi Shahi. Thank you so much. It means start loving chess? Nice. Poco High. 5 a.m. You went the distance. Woo! All right. So far, I think we've got 2 games here in this section, and anyone's free to join. We're going to rename it here. We're going to rename this arena real quick in our command so that everyone knows that they're welcome in this one arena. So, the event is set up as a 24-hour arena, but playing a single game is sufficient. You can also do commentary for the first 4 hours. You can play that. We have 1 arena right now. Time control is 45 plus 30. Paired by rating. Time control 45 plus 30. Okay. So part of the point of having the 2 arenas was to offer 2 different time controls as well, like a slower time control for really high rated players who like to use all that time, and a medium faster time control for low rated players who might not have as many hours worth of stuff to think about. Yeah, you too, Thinker Teacher. I'll see you around, of course. Okay, Darren wants to get in there. All right, here's a link, Darren, to the tournament, I think, on chess.com. I think there's a player rated 900 who's unpaired, who's waiting for an opponent. If you join the arena, you might get paired right away with them, or depending on your rating, it might make you wait a little while before it gets in. But yeah, for anybody thinking about doing this, this is 45 minutes plus 30-second increment. And yeah, you should expect to monotask during your game. Not listen to my comments during the game, because like I might say, you know, in this position, Alyssa Mint Chip should bring the bishop to b5 and chase that queen like the dog she is. And then Alyssa Mint Chip, if they're listening to the commentary, might play the move. And then it might be a brilliant move, and then Naforolian will be sad to lose to a brilliant move that I suggested. It might be a blunder, in which case Alyssa Mint Chip will be upset to lose because of the blunder I said. So for those of you who are playing, we invite you to, you know, silence the stream during your game and really monotask, really focus. Just put everything you have into that fight that you've gotten yourself into. And then you can always go back and watch the VOD and see my comments on your game. And I would try to aim my comments at the level of the players in the game. Of course, I'll also answer some questions from chat that might be at different levels. You know, if a 2,000 player has a question about this game, or if a 1,000 rated player has a question about this game, I will try to answer those questions at those respective levels, of course. But largely here, I'm going to try and make comments that are at sort of a 1900 level so that Evan and Where's the Bread can go back later and get really detailed feedback for their level on the game that they've just played. And by the same token, that like Naforolian and Alyssa could go back later and get commentary at their level as well. That makes sense. That's the general attempt and aim in the commentary. So Black is completing development with the bishops and planning to castle. White has spent, you know, some time and energy basically on making this trade of the C pawn for the D pawn. So White's dreaming of having the better center eventually, and or of putting pressure on Black's queen side on the long diagonal with this super well placed bishop. And the pawn on C4 is supposed to work with the bishop to break through a pawn which would otherwise deaden the bishop. Right? So we get this position here. The bishop's headed to G2, and White's hoping that there's either going to be pressure on D5 or that somehow the bishop's going to be felt. So that's the basic setup of the Catalan. And normally what Black wants to do is take advantage of the little bit of extra time that they have that White was moving the queen to counter one or both of White's strategies. So usually you pick one. Like, for example, you counter the bishop on G2 by having the time to bring your bishop to C6, or you counter the space advantage in the center by playing C5 and trading that pawn. So usually you want to achieve one of those two things as Black here, positionally. Either being able to counter their bishop or being able to counter their center. And you see Alyssa is thinking here, and a standard chess move in this position would be castles, right? Maybe if they were 900 instead of 1175, or just an 1175 who's playing quickly. I think you could see a lot of people just simply castling right here, saying like, yeah, I'm just doing my development, you know. And the next move, if White castles, they might just say, oh, last piece to develop, I'll put it here. The problem is, if you do this, White's center remains better than yours, and your bishop remains kind of bad, and theirs remains kind of good. So White will have spent time achieving a positional advantage in the opening, and then not really pay for it in any way. So they'll just get that positional advantage for free, so to speak, and get to put pressure on Black. So you notice that Alyssa stopped and thought for several minutes on both of these two moves, bishop e7 and bishop c6. So that shows that Alyssa wasn't just playing random developing moves or stereotype moves, right? Alyssa's thinking about what makes sense in this position, what's my opponent trying to achieve with their opening, and what are some of my options or choices or goals playing this position from the Black side. So far, that's very good. for this rating level, to see them using their time and thinking about the opening ideas freshly as they play. Let's see how our 1900s are doing. And also, it looks like we've got some more games have started up. So let me click on another game here. We've got Lifted Truck Swoas, who, by the way, gets the very nice distinction of, I believe, being the first person to join the arena and sitting there saying, I want to fight. Swoas was there 20 minutes before the arena started when I was checking things and getting my setup ready and thinking about, am I going to post an announcement or something like that, right? So this player helped us all to have this arena that we now have, right? So some appreciation from me for Lifted Truck. And let's see how Lifted Truck is doing. It looks like they've got the white side of a King's Indian defense, and they're playing, a fancy positional maneuver that I approve of as well. The knight on e2 was blocking the bishop, and it can come to d3 and try and trade black's best piece, and try to break the blockade. The main plan for white in this pawn structure here with the pawn on d5 is to go b4 and c5. It's not the only plan, but it's the main plan. It's the most clear, basic, obvious plan. You've got this pawn structure like this. You've got your strongest point on the board is on d5. And you want to set up what we call a head duo. 2 pawns on d5 and c5 to really crush that area and take advantage of the space you have. Bishop's pointed that way as well as in general towards the queen side, so that's all consistent. Now, look what black does with their next 2 moves. Classic King's Indian strategy from black. a5, taking control of b4 to prevent white from setting up b4, c5, right? Then knight d7, controlling this square more. So black's trying to blockade the white pawns, so it ends up being a2 through d5 and not a3, b4, c5. So white will still hold some space but not be able to push forward. That's the point of a blockade, to restrain the expansion that an opponent might want to do. And so I really like knight c1 with the idea of coming to d3, trading this piece, and working on a3, b4. Now, very often when you have a space advantage, you don't want to trade pieces. So this maneuver is not necessarily obvious. And it's not necessarily crushingly powerful either, depending on how things go. Like if black played this move, for example, and white played here, black's ready to reinforce the blockade, right? And bring the next piece there. We've got this pawn blocked, right? We've got this square covered for the moment. We've got the good knight again, and black's ready to unveil the main plan of black in the King's Indian, which is like this. Another nice thing knight c1 does is it covers b3. In some cases, that might allow white to play a3, b4 without knight b3 attacking our queen. Let me just illustrate for you. I want to play b4. No! Makimashita. That was for you, Pravid. Hopefully you've heard a few people tell you makimashita in your chess life these days. No one's ever said it to me because I've never played chess in Japan. So knight c1 could both come to d3 itself or cover the b3 square to help us play a3 and b4 as a plan. So it's a very, very nice move from Lifted Truck. And we see Mushin giving it some serious respect, right? Really stopping and thinking on this move after seeing knight c1 and really appreciating, okay, what is this move really about? What does my opponent want to do? How am I handling it? How am I coping with it, Is this going to be okay? All right. Friday Night Fights is on for real. We've got 8 players in this classical arena. Woo! Evan, you think your opponent left? Let's see. Wait, Evan. You're playing Where's the Bread? It says it's your move, Evan. I mean, unless Evan is Where's the Bread. I think your opponent's been waiting for you this whole time and you were unaware that it was your turn for some reason. I think. I don't know if you're... Okay. Yeah, I mean, people have their time, and I think it'll be rare for a dojo or to bad manners you or whatever, you know? Yeah. You can check in with me as sort of like a TD type figure if you think there's a problem. But in general, you know, they've got their time, and many of them know how to use it. Lots of chess dojoers are going to be thinking about their moves. All right. We've got another game started over here, I think. Wait, why does it not show Mu Xin as playing? Oh, there we go. C6. Okay. Okay, C6. Fighting to counter the space on the queen side. Yeah. Totally, Evan. I hope you enjoy it. I'm back in California, yeah. I have left the croissants behind. I haven't tried a Californian imitation of a croissant yet since I've been back. Let's see our next gladiators. I think this is our fourth set of contestants here. Also pretty well matched by ratings. Looks like an advanced Caro from the bishop being outside of the pawn structure versus a French, right? But let's check if that's correct. Yeah. E6, bishop E2, C5, C3. Here's the thing, M. Norris. It's a 24-hour arena. So you can play a game anytime that you like. But my commentary is going to be done within my schedule. Because commentating on a classical game at a consistent time every week is rather difficult to do with 3 kids. This is the best time I could find for me to dedicate a consistent big chunk of time to commenting some real serious viewer games. So it's a terrible time for anyone in Europe or Africa, clearly. Very unusual for us. It's a good time for people in Australia, I think, who basically never get a good time for a dojo event. So it's a 24-hour setup. If now's a bad time for you, you could play a game tomorrow, so to speak, depending on where you are. And, you know, it'll still count for Dojo Liga and so forth, right? For racking up points and being a champion of the dojo. Yeah. 6 a.m. for Cartier. Woo! I once learned a naughty French phrase. You know, right now in France, it's like 5:20 a.m., I think, something like that. So there won't be a lot of French people on at this hour. There may be some people who speak or understand French, though. Your EST? Yeah, EST is going to be brutal for you to start a classical game right now. But you can enjoy an hour of commentary if you like, and then play a game without commentary tomorrow. So let's see how this one started. So black gets the bishop out of the pawn chain. White's playing the very modern short approach to the advanced Caro, which is just like this blunt knight f3, bishop e2. Very simple development. Like, what are we doing? Black spends a tempo getting the bishop out, a tempo playing c6, c5, tries to pressure white's center. White develops the knight, and black goes after white, threatening knight c2. Croissants, Pravid. Croissants. All right, so knight b4. c2 looks weak. Even if white castles, is knight c2 a big deal? I want to say no. That knight c2 is not that good here. But the really interesting question is whether this move might not be good. Bishop c2. Because the queen's semi-trapped, comes here, knight gets in, queen's trapped, boom, boom, rook's trapped. It looks killer, right? But you want to be really suspicious if somebody's trying to attack you with two pieces against your entire army. And they're not even like the strongest two pieces, right? It's very rare that something like this is going to work. So after bishop c2, you could go bishop b5 check and find a square for your queen. And black's already refuted, right? Come here. They could try to attack your bishop. There's not really much else to do. You attack their knight. Wait, now I'm hanging my rook. Hang on. Let's be. Maybe there's nowhere for this piece to go. Holy moly. So this is going to get really intense now. We're going to have to sack stuff and everything. You know, like knight here, takes, check, here, takes, takes, knight c5, bishop here. Complicated. I mean, we were forced to sack a piece for not a crushing attack, just an interesting position. Man. That's far from clear. I don't know who's refuting who at all. Well, the question was if we could castle and ignore the threat on c2. And I haven't been able to resolve that question. In the game, white actually played your suggestion, Stamen, and played queen a4 check first, forcing black back, and then just castling calmly. Right? I was just really suspicious of how good can this two-piece attack be. Normally, I would think, Stamen, like my instinct is if you attack me with two pieces and I haven't wasted any time, I'm just developing all my pieces, I can ignore your threats. Now, sometimes I'm wrong, but that's my instinct. I always think like I can just ignore what this person's doing. They didn't hear about development, you know? But actually, I'm not successfully refuting it here. Man, that's rough for me, that a3... AB, rook A1. I mean, I feel like I'm forced to sack a piece. And the sack is really not clear at all. Maybe DLive actually had to respect and play queen a4. Maybe that was absolutely necessary. So anyway, they got this position here, brought the queen back now, and then developed the knight. So I think white has in mind to, you know, play something like bishop e3 and plop the knight here as a plan, maybe. I don't know. For the moment, they're overprotecting the center pawn, which is a good start. Interesting. Okay, let's check on Evan. And the very slow-moving bread. Bishop e7, bishop f1, castles d4. Black does not seem to have their opening memorized, right? There's this issue of how to develop the bishop and how to get this pawn going and what to do with the knight. I don't know how black normally solves it because I don't play a lot of, symmetrical Berlins with white or with black. But I can see how if you didn't know for sure what you're supposed to do, it could be hard to figure out. Maybe black normally trades on e5 when white's rook has to go there, like at this point. That way, here you can just, hit the rook, move the knight, hit the pawn, and finish development. And then I think in this position, white might have this knight c3 move, gambiting the pawn. But black doesn't even have to take it, right? They could just do this and say, cool. Cool. Right? Like your pawn's hanging, but yeah, my goal is to play bishop e6, c6, whatever. Eventually I might take it if you don't deal with it. I feel like that might be the normal approach to the problem. So black castles, white plays d4, and now I don't really know what black's supposed to do because knight takes, pawn takes, feels annoying. Feels like you're just worse. White's got more space. This isn't coming out easily. There's some pressure. Or there will be some pressure soon. So, yeah, feels like it's already tough to figure out what to do a little bit for black here. And if we've got any strong players in chat, we've got a national master looking for a match. Chess Quack have some positions they want to practice. So if we got anybody who's ready to cross swords with a master, speak up. So Chess Quack is saying in my knight e5, rook e5 line, bishop f6, no, that's not possible. I have to castle first. d4, bishop f6, bishop d3. So you're saying Gurel Ediz played this move against Grishuk? Wow. That's a pretty vicious move. Yeah, what people are looking for at that level now, I mean, Chess Quack, you probably know this, but for the rest of chat, what people are normally looking for nowadays is no longer an opening advantage in like the very, very young modern computer generation of openings. They're not looking for an opening advantage because you simply can't get one. Period. You play like a mainline opening, your opponent plays a mainline opening, they've studied some games, they're a GM, you can't get an opening advantage. So what you're looking for are somewhere in there some variations that are equal, so they're not like busted or stupid to play. You're not losing the game. They're equal, but they're super complicated, and you can tell like, oh, it's maybe not the first or second choice of a computer engine, but you can tell that for a human it's going to be really hard to play it. And that, I think, is what Gurel had found here to use against Grishuk. A classic, modern opening prep. Okay, b6 played by Where's the Bread, finding a way out for the piece. I don't know if that kid is #1 on Lichess, but he is a 16-year-old Turkish super prodigy among the top 20 juniors in the world already. So he's very, very good. There's not like a lot of people named ADs who are likely to even play a game against Grishuk. So it's probably him. All right, let's check back on our first game, that Catalan, and see how that went. So we got knight bd7, knight bd2, knight bd7, castles. Boom, boom. Nice. I love how black is not hurrying to castle. They set up a position where they could castle whenever they need to, and then they started doing the maneuvers they wanted to with their pieces. A3. Now a wild attacking move, taking advantage of the rook still being on h8. Now, white plays a really confrontational response to that. If you agree with what your opponent's doing being like a problem, then this would be the likely move, trying to blockade the king side, right? If you disagree, you play a more combative move that's trying to refute them. And the most obvious one to me is e4, kicking the knight, trying to take more center from the opponent, right? And like Gefilte Fish, I thought that was the point of a3, was to be able to play e4 with tempo and not have knight b4 hit your queen and then maybe lose the pawn. In other words, here you guys see e4, knight b4. Where does your queen go to not end up hanging this pawn, right? She has to go into b1 maybe, then bishop b5 hitting your rook, and then if you move your rook, things get even worse. So I interpreted a3 as being to play e4. After h5, however, white played the most controversy loving move, or most controversial move. They not only try to get an advantage by going after this bishop in the center, but they abandon the h4 square. So they're saying, I really don't care about this h4 move you want to play. You see what I mean? Like, we're even taking away the defender of the square, whatever. Okay. So black kept the bishop, which I think had to be done. Knight takes c6. I don't think you can say, I'm just attacking, who cares about anything else? I mean, maybe you could. Maybe you could. I've been forced to take back a lot of my assumptions and preconceptions lately because chess has been changing so fast. Maybe you can just say, here's the bishop pair, here's my structure, here's a pawn, here's my king, like not castling, and just developing the rook versus your king is so good that it makes up for every other factor on the board. Okay, maybe. I would still be surprised. It makes sense to move the bishop away, as done in the game. Attacking e2. So black even gets a tempo here with the escape. It's got to be the best move, you know? Rook e1 defends e2, and knight g4 comes. Again, I expected h4. I really thought that was the feeling of what black was up to. Knight g4 trades. Black still, gets the file. Ooh. You know the famous saying, knight on f8, there is no mate? Well, f1 doesn't rhyme with mate, but it's the same thing as a knight on f8, right? It's a very solid way of trying to deaden an attack on an h-file because your knight defends it, which is a cheap piece, but your knight's also so tucked away, your opponent can't remove the defender, usually, right? When a knight on f3 is defending h2, all your opponent has to do is attack the knight on f3. Oh, thank you, Gefilte Fish. There we go. Knight on f1. There is no fun. So Napoleon is hoping for a game without fun. Knight comes to f1. Queen d7. Getting castled. And getting hassled. Bishop a6. Good. White wants to play b4, and it's now black's move. And you can see Naforolian consistently staying at 45 minutes, playing 30 seconds per move on average in the game. In other words, too fast by some kind of standard. The dream is b4, b5, trapping the bishop while starting an attack. Black, I think, has two different ways to prevent that. Well, I mean, the game won't be decided by one move or one pawn, Fischer said, but yeah, I think that's the best move that I see, is to grab on e2 with this bishop. You win a pawn, and you get out of the way of this in advance. The second option I saw is the one used by Alyssa Mint-Chip, which is to blockade the b pawn. This doesn't win a pawn, but it makes both rooks look silly by blockading the whole queenside area. It's very desirable from that perspective as well, right? Does that make sense, folks? Whereas if you go bishop e2, white does get to go b4, and so you've lost a pawn, but both rooks are still doing what they intended to do. In general, white's position makes sense, so to speak, right? Whereas with knight b4, we're trying to say both those rooks are going to be dumb. That's really what black's trying to do. Black picks up the bishop pair. The queen can try and chase this bishop out, but I think black can always hold it with their queen. And it's not going to be easy for white to get the queenside going. So I like this approach from black. Oh, also you have queen d4 for white to watch out for. I was thinking queen b3, queen e7 or whatever, but why not just take your opponent's stuff, right? So no queen b3. White's got to defend this pawn, I think, first here. And then we'll see what black wants to do next. They've done a good job controlling white's plan on the queen side. e3 came to defend the pawn. And now they need their own plan. The knight's covering h2, but you can trade it off when you need to now. So broadly speaking, I think you could double rooks on the h file, preparing bishop takes f1, rook takes h2. Or you could play f5, g5, f4, looking to sort of detonate the king side. Those are the two plans that come to mind for me here. And in chat, if you guys have any other suggestions or any questions, always go ahead and chime in with them. We've got an unopposed dark squared bishop in this position, right? A bishop that, if any dark square diagonals are open, this bishop's going to own them. So you could look for like a c5 or e5 move to trade a dark squared pawn and make your bishop better. And Fischer Seb suggesting something like that. King b8. And then trying to play c5, even though your king's on that side of the board. Fischer Seb saying, hey, my bishop's going to be amazing when I do that, and the king will be safe enough behind these two pawns. Yeah, that's a good that's a good enough idea. It counts as a third plan. Now, is it an idea that anyone under 1200 would ever dream of? I think not. Fischer Seb is 2200. And maybe nobody under 2200 would think of such a plan in the direction of their own king, but it fulfills some positional goals here, right? Of making this bishop better, getting rid of white's center pawn, opening this file while these rooks are here. It's pretty interesting. seems unnecessary. It's certainly not necessary. I mean, black's got several choices, and c5 is not the only one. F5, very nice. Very nice. This pawn's defended, some more central influence, and of course, you know, this big plan. One nice thing about this rook h8 and going after h2 plan is this rook is also covering all kinds of stuff over on the queen side, which helps us out, actually. It's very, very well placed on h5, this rook. Very, very nicely placed. You can't just do whatever with it, because if you then play the f5, g5 plan, the rook won't be well placed, right? So it's not 100% flexible, but it's a really good square for that piece. And white continues playing quickly. I think too fast to really have a clear plan. I don't know what b3 is doing, but white should feel some sense of urgency since black's plan is potentially to checkmate your king. You've got opposite side castled kings. You really have to make good use of your time. There has to be some urgency. Yeah, if only white could remove their own queenside pawns as a move, you know, just suicide, hop off a cliff for the pawn. Yeah, it would help. But, I mean, that's the magic of chess, is that the pawns block up the positions. That actually creates so much of the tension and the interest in the game of chess, right? Just the fact that the pawns block things and that they're not very mobile, it can be so hard to even get rid of them. If the board were wide open, you could just take your pawns off the board to get out of the way of your pieces. It would be wild and exciting, but not for very long. You see what I mean? The tension wouldn't stick because the pieces would just start hitting each other, right? Immediate violence and so forth, right? Whoa! A wild and consequential move from black. I don't know why f5 was played before this. I don't know what the link is between these moves, but this is certainly a move that we've mentioned. Okay, white did not take it. So they didn't walk into this tactical idea, which has been mentioned, where the bishop becomes amazing and or maybe takes the rook. And you might say, I mean, it's not even that great to take these rooks with the bishop. I would agree, but the thing is, after pawn takes, this file is open. So if you go bishop d3 and you take that rook and then you start bringing your rooks and queens down the d file, you can probably show a really big advantage for black. Plus the knight can't get out because you control the d file. So white's knight is trapped on f1. And you're just putting heavy pieces on an open file. I mean, it should be really good for black. So d5 and quickly e4. Okay. So Alyssa had foreseen the possibility that white would avoid the pawn trade and had a plan as a follow-up because e4 came pretty quickly. Is g5 dangerous? I assume g5 was also dangerous, Cartier. Yeah. Black's position's pretty good. It's not super obvious which plan is better than which plan right now. You know, because doubling on the h file is dangerous. Playing g5, f4 is dangerous. Opening up the center is dangerous. Like here, black can go bishop d3, right? And either white sacks in exchange or white sacks the d5 pawn. So, question to each of you, you know, what would you do if you were white? We often think about winning games and how to prosecute an advantage and see a winning tactic, but how do we resist? How do we defend? What do you guys think is the best if black played bishop d3, which hasn't happened yet, but if black played bishop d3, what do you think the best defensive choice would be for white there? Oops, sorry. Rook d1. Black to play. Now, we have to give black some more credit. White is playing too fast, right? Every move in 30 seconds, not using any of their 45 minutes. When your opponent does that, it can easily make you feel like you're under pressure to play faster yourself, right? Like you look at your clock and you compare it to your opponent's clock and you think, I'm down 22 minutes on the clock or 21 minutes on the clock. I'm showing a lack of confidence. I'm under pressure. They see things faster than me, blah, 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 blah. Actually, black is using their time 100% perfectly. If you compare black's time to the time control of 45 minutes and the complexity of the position, black is right where you want to be at this point in the game. You would want to be between 20 and 25 minutes on the clock here in the early 20s and some critical moves and decisions already being made. So you've both used time to think about this and you've saved some time for what's left in the game. So black's time usage is actually perfect, and it's particularly hard to use your time perfectly when your opponent isn't, because it'll encourage you to either play too fast or too slow if they're playing too fast or too slow. Anyone else want to chime in with their choice? Whether we sack the rook for the bishop and pawn or move our queen away and sack the pawn on d5? What preferences do we have? Yeah, queen b2 as a resource, maybe looking to grab the g7 pawn. Okay, white's played a move. Queen b2, sacking the d5 pawn. Yeah, you is saying I would sack as white. I think the people saying I would sack mean they would sack the rook rather than the pawn, right? That's right, fillet of gefilte fish. Napoleon is an excellent dojoer who has won many, many, many tournaments. They started in the dojo several hundred points lower rated than this and won many tournaments on their climb. You know, we haven't had a lot of classical tournaments lately, so it might take some adjusting for many people. All right, so my choice is what I think most people in chat were saying that they would choose. Which is my instinct is, if we let this bishop get lodged here, if we let black take on d5 and open the d file for their rooks, the position feels fairly hopeless to me, actually, from the white perspective. So I feel like here I'm up against a wall. I have to make the exchange sack, defend my pawn with the bishop, and just change kind of the feeling and the flow in the course of the game a little bit. Does white have like compensation or something? Not a ton, but the material deficit is not enormous yet, right? Still within reason, you can still put up a lot of resistance in this game, even if you don't have formally enough compensation. So I think very important to try and resist like that. And if you move like this, I think you're missing a chance to make the game harder for your opponent. I think that's the worst defensive choice or instinct. Now, black played rook h7, not giving the counterplay on g7. White tries to bring out the knight And now it is black's choice again between trying to grab the pawn or going for the h-file, saying like, are you sure you want to come out, knight? You know? But, you know, the d-file is so good too. It's not obvious we want to move our rook over to the h-file, right? Not sure. Maybe we're happy just keeping rooks on the d-file. Yeah. Interesting Situatsk, for sure. And, you know, Napoleon realized bishop d3 was a big deal. This is the move where they stopped for the longest and thought about, you know, do I need to make an extreme defensive choice at this point? So they're finally under 45 minutes off of that, but black grabs the pawn. All right, Fischer Seb sees a little, whatchamacallit, a trap that white could have set. So let's have a look at it. Queen d4, king b8? Isn't this bishop attacked? I think black might play a5 or c5 here to anchor the bishop, right? You could get some kind of endgame like this, right? And it seems like there's still some competition, right? So you're fighting here as white. Alternatively, black could play a5. And you want to go into a7, or do you want to try and show us what the rook c1 trap was about? Oh, you're looking for some position. I think I see what kind of trap you're playing. Let's see if it works, Fischer Sub. Let's try and play it this way so we can show people how tricky a master would be. If you thought you were cruising as black here, you know, let's see what could happen. Rook takes d3. I think this is Fischer Seb's trap. I think I've set it up. The point is, if you take the rook, the bishop's here, and if you take the queen, the rook recaptures, right? So now suddenly we thought we're just cleaning up this pawn, and boom, at the wrong moment, we lose our outposted piece to this little tactical trick. So you have to be very, very careful against good players. That's the point of it, and the point I wanted to, you know, bring up and remind everybody of. You have to be very careful against strong players because they don't give up and they keep trying to set little tricks and traps and so forth, you know? So yeah, there would definitely be some serious resistance from this queen d4 move. Knight d2, bishop d2 is possible. Are you thinking, Cartier, to switch over to the h-file and you're getting rid of the knight for that reason, or something else? Is that in the game position, knight d2, where queen d5, knight c4 was played, or? Yeah. Okay, so in the game, Cartier is saying maybe right when Napoleon played knight d2, instead of taking d5, maybe black could trade and then go over here and win the h2 pawn. Definitely an option. It doesn't give white good options. Notice that the king's kind of trapped in here on the h-file. That looks pretty scary, Cartier, actually, yeah. I mean, it's weird to trade our really good bishop for the bad knight, right? But No, black's going to be playing for checkmate really soon. Yeah. That looks pretty killer, actually. I'm surprised. I didn't really look at this option. I didn't look at this option at all until Cartier mentioned it. Rook d2. And there could be queen d2 as well. I don't know what it would change. And then here... Yeah, we'd love to play h4, gh, and then bishop f1 and king h2 and blockade the pawn, but unfortunately the pawn is so close and the bishop's attacked. You have to play a move like this. You get checked. You have to go here. You know, queen d5. Oh, man. It's hard to imagine this holding up for white at this point. Right, maybe if we'd played bishop f1 earlier. But notice Fischer said the bishop f1 couldn't be played because the knight was here. The moment we moved the knight, as soon as we moved the knight, Cartier is suggesting we surprise trade it and then go to the h-file. And there's never really a moment. That's a surprising approach, which looks pretty good. Okay, so back to the game. Queen d5 played. Knight c4. We see Napoleon starting to use more time. Very good. Bravo, Napoleon. Now that the position looks tactical, it seems to have really changed Napoleon's time usage here. Bishop back to e7. Oh, wanting to take control of this new valuable diagonal the moment it's there. But white's got the rooks into the game now. Black's got an extra pawn, but it's not over. I mean, maybe they want to try and get a checkmate, but it looks like this black player, despite the aggression that was shown here around move 10 with h5, overall they're showing a very mature style where they try to play the entire board, right? And dominate everything. Repositioning pieces, taking open files, you know, working to make the unopposed dark squared bishop better all the time. Not the bloodthirsty approach that was first sort of intimated by h5. But very strong play, and here comes the bishop to that open file, right? Okay, a couple people in chat think that white has been allowed back in the game, but I mean, black's got an extra pawn, an outpost on d3, an amazing dark squared bishop. Black's just not playing it the way you guys would. You're a bloodthirsty lot. You're savages. You're asking for blood in the streets. But you know, black is kind of dominating the game, honestly, their way here. Although there is an element to black's play where it's a little bit like trying to do everything, but not really just doing one thing. You know what I mean? Queen d2. That's a losing tactical move, which I had noticed earlier. We'll see if black had noticed it in advance or notices it now. What I'm trying to get at is black's trying to kind of do everything, which means they're not fully committing to any one thing. Maybe that's a little something that could be a reproach to the approach of the game, because if you're going to try and dominate in the center, why is your rook on h7, right? It needs to get to the d file. But if your rook's on h7, why aren't we doubling? There's maybe like a slight bit of inconsistency. You're not going all in on one idea from black. Maybe a little bit of that. Yeah, Falgri, we're watching Dojoers. We're watching an ancient show called Friday Night Fights. It hasn't been around for, 3 years. But the idea is the Dojoers play classical games against each other. We get some sensei commentary in there. And just some high quality bashing at each other. It's the end of the week. People are tired, fatigued, nothing left. And then they find something left. And they find something left somewhere. Welcome to the dojo, Wood Junior X. Welcome to the dojo. Oops. Messed up the board view. All right, there we go. I could really use a second monitor at some point. Jared, I don't know exactly how the pairing system will work, but hopefully if you're waiting for a game, it'll pair you somewhat soon. If I click on Mushin, it looks like Mushin is still in a game. See this? Jared, it might just not be showing you that Mushin's already involved in a game, but yeah, this is, I think, the old King's Indian, and it's violent. The pieces are just strewn. Classic Kostya kid. King's Indian defense. Let's see, this is where we had seen it. C6. We got very focused on one game. Swoas continues this plan of knight c1, knight d3, breaks the blockade. Trade comes in. Woo! That's a shocker of a move. Black just opened up this file. I thought white would now castle kingside and then try and play on the open c file. There are some people who've been checkmated by the King's Indian defense, f5, f4, so badly. Some people have been checkmated so badly once by the King's Indian that they can never bear to castle kingside again. You know what I mean? Like an incredible trauma. Like the way I can't watch the State of the Union addresses anymore. Or network television. So terrified, so traumatized of castling kingside that when the kingside's completely closed and there's an open file on the queenside, these folks will castle queenside. I love you, Lifted Truck Swoass. You're the one who made this arena happen for everybody else. Honestly, all 10 warriors currently involved in games, they all owe their games to you, Swoass. And I'm not one to forget that. But I'm still going to offer, a criticism or two here or there on moves you play, which is the point of me being here, right? You should not castle queenside onto this open C file, my friend. You should put your rooks on this file, not your king. Your rooks. You'll thank me one day when you double rooks on the C file and win the game. Another slick move, if you're afraid to castle, is you could play this first. Looking to lock in that square and blockade the queen side up and start targeting things. But, yeah, rook c1, castles, it just has to happen. The rook's got to get to that file. They need it. They just need the file. All right, enough of that. You castled, Mushin pushed, looking to poke and prod at your king position more. Bishop e8, maybe looking to transfer the knight from f6 through to the queen side. It's a slightly unusual maneuver, but we'll see if that was the point next move based on how black plays. Okay, yeah, so I got it right. Mushin. You could also consider b5 as just a straight up pawn sack. Basically in the King's Indian, Mushin, I don't know if this is something that you're really familiar with yet or not. But basically, when you play the King's Indian defense as black, you've got a bad position. There it is, period, right? You've got a bad position. All right, so you have to start from that. And then given that you have a bad position, you're looking to whip something weird up, you know? So you have to be, you know, willing and free to let stuff go and just say, well, maybe it'll be hard for my opponent to win that position. You see what I mean? So you play b5. If they don't take the pawn, you'll put it on b4 and sack it there, right? So they're going to be reluctant, and then finally they're going to take the pawn, right? And you're going to take and take. And then it's like, what do you have for the pawn? Well, you know, you've got the open b file, right? You put your rook on it. They come back. You come here. You bring this rook here. Then the knight, you know. So you just hope that something's going to come up, that things are going to be hard for your opponent to handle and play. With something like this, you know, that the focus of the game is going to be white's king position. And look, I mean, their extra pawn is a backward pawn on an open file. They're not making a pass pawn anytime soon. The endgame's still far, far away. So you play this. Oh, maybe instead of rook c8, you play rook b3 and double rooks on the b file. That might be better than trying to break through the knight. So look at this idea. Like, king comes here, you go rook here. They bring, like, the rook here or whatever, you go rook here. Now, you know, they're starting to feel you. Right? Now white's starting to feel you. So, yeah. You gotta be comfortable throwing some stuff. Fischer Seb is saying, yeah, you would go knight a2. He doesn't want any part of that pawn. He's going to try and keep a sane person's blockade. Yeah, and maybe we wouldn't ever beat Fischer Seb with the King's Indian. You know, that's a nice move. That's a nice move. I agree. Anyway, you keep throwing stuff. You know, you bring this knight to f4 maybe, or play f5. Yeah. And every time your opponent has to make a decision about, do I take this pawn or not? Can I accept this sack and defend? Every time you do that, you're just wearing away at their reserves, both in terms of like energy and calculation, and also emotionally, right? Because they're backing down and they're backing down. They're doubting themselves and being suspicious of themselves and so forth. So, you know, that's what you're doing. Am I going to continue playing the King's Indian? I haven't decided, gefilte fish. I haven't decided. All right, so we get the nice knight maneuver to that blockade square, and then Mushin throws the b-pawn. Heck yeah, Mushin. And Swoas plays the Fischer Seb maneuver and just says, no part of trying to win that pawn, let's blockade. Let's blockade. Wow, and then it's just chaos, right? Just f5. Welcome to the jungle. We got a trade. Going for maybe rook g1. Black should maybe trade on e4 while they can. Goes after the base on f3. Aggressive, and with this idea in mind. But I think white's going to ignore the threat on f3 and play rook g1 maybe and try and fight for the initiative. Oh no, they tried to do both. Queen g2, defending f3 and attacking g7. Yeah, this is great to see Fischer Seb. Some energy, some fighting spirit from both players. Heck yes. Bishop g5, kicking her and grabbing that pawn. Busted pawn structure, but some hopes to hurt the black king on the g file, and black struggling to make full use of these pieces, right? A little bit tricky. Oh my god, opens up the King's Indian bishop. We have a King's Indian defense player, folks. But can white play f6 instead of taking the pawn sack? Oh, plus there's this. Yeah, I think white needs to find f6. And they did. Very strong 900. Has definitely got a King's Indian feel already. Boom! Bishop on f3. Just messing around in there. Pieces flying. This is the King's Indian. This is the King's Indian. Oh man, they're both throwing punches. Non-stop. Oh, the base pawn. Oh, I think white's winning without that pawn. I mean, stuff was flying, so it's easy to lose track of stuff. Maybe they need to slow down even more around here, though in general, you know, for the ratings, they're using time reasonably fine, right? But, but you don't want to drop the base pawn. Oh. Now there's like no structure for black, plus this pawn can try and queen, right? White's rook's just sitting there dangling, you know, whatever. Big chilling. Bishop pair against a rook, but just a messy, busted position. The white king won't be back rank mated because he's got a square to tuck on. I mean, yeah, white should be winning somehow. Knight c6 could be a very strong move at some point, threatening knight e7 and queen c5. Black can throw in queen f3, and white just has to find somewhere safe-ish to tuck the rook. And then they can get around to trying to win. What does black need to do? Like somehow get the e3 pawn going? Or throw this knight in somewhere? Yeah, maybe bring the knight in, since that piece is dangling anyway. Blanquito wants to know who these guys are. They're just normal people like you and me, Blanquito. Normal people who decided they'd had enough. It was time to fight. Queen e2, pretty close to a draw, says Fisher Seb. Oh, yeah, Queen e2 is a nice idea. There's my answer, Matt. There's the full answer. Just silence and a link. So queen here, that's a nice idea because you could go rook f1, queen f1, king a2, and queen c4. You access dude's little tucking square. That's exactly the kind of thing that black needs, is that queen e2 move. Yeah, it's exactly what white needs. Yeah, nobody knows what white should do in response to that. It's a good question. Maybe something like this. Fisher Seb, and then against rook f1. Now you come, like so. And planning to recapture on c1 with the bishop. And, you know, knight e7 might even be checkmate in a couple moves. If your knight goes aggressive, queen e6 might be mate. Maybe like this. These two people are playing through the arena, Blanquito, yeah. But you can also just play anybody you like. It doesn't have to be in the arena. But the arena is all dojoers, you know. They'll fight with honor. And it's paired based on rating. So it'll generally try and pair you with somebody sort of close to you. I mean, so far all the games we've seen pretty much have been pretty close. This is the biggest mismatch rating-wise, but Mushin has been given a fun game to lifted truck anyway. Queen comes in. You guys want to know the standings so far? The standings are 0 to 0 to 0 to 0 to 0. You know why? Because nobody's blitzing their classical game. They've been playing for an hour and a half. Nobody's blundered a checkmate or a queen or a king or their clock. They're all ready for this. I'm shocked. We haven't done this in years. And everybody here is ready. Oh, beautiful. Let's go click back over to our Catalan. Yeah, you could join Blanquito. Over on YouTube, we've got somebody named Matt Chess who is maybe looking to join. So maybe if you join, maybe you'll get paired with Matt Chess. Who knows? It's going to run for 24 hours. So if now's not a good time for you to play, you can also try and check in at another time. All right, let's check our Catalan. Ooh la la. That move I don't like, Alyssa Mintchip. This was the moment to find bishop takes c4. And, well, if you calculate all the captures, you'll see that black wins, basically. I don't know how. There's not really a way to explain it better than that, right? Oh, queen c2. Yeah. My mistake. Queen c2. And we can't go back to d3, huh? Oh, so there was no way to win yet. That's the point of them, chess pawn. It's supposed to be a self-selecting group of people who want to be in the group. So bishop takes c4. My move was not even right here. Shows you might think you're a genius, but a quick eye is nothing compared to just the work that goes into a classical game. And I wasn't working here. I was just... I wasn't multitasking. I wasn't looking at 5 games, but I missed that because I didn't have the right intensity. Bishop c4, queen c2, and you don't really get much special out of it, do you? I learned chess before engines, chess pawn, so I spent years thinking I was a genius. And then once you think it, it takes a long time to fix it. Okay. I'm not a genius. Neither was black here. This move is weakening black's king. So this is just against chess. It's no bueno, this one here. If we're not going to win the game here, then we need to do something about this rook. Either we're winning on the h-file or we're bringing the rook to the center and defending the checkmates on c7. Then you have to make a move, Jared. Sorry, I don't know. Yeah, have a great game, Matt. Yeah, you have to make your moves the first 2 or 3 moves quickly, even if it's classical chess. Maybe that's what's going on. You can't think for 10 minutes on e4. They assume that you've left the game and that you're leaving your opponent alone, and they won't make your opponent wait an hour and a half. So the first couple moves of a game, you just have to move. I don't want to give you too much advice, but move a pawn or a knight somewhere towards the center. And then we'll be good, hopefully. That's the closest I've ever come to cheating at chess. I just thought they'd have a really bad experience, getting aborted or whatever. I'd rather they just get some move on the board for the first 2 moves and then play from there. It's just the better experience for them. Both participants. Okay. So b5 happened, and this is a loose move for Alyssa's king. So things get more complicated now. Queen a2, threatening the a7 pawn. King b8, covers it. Bishop f1. Black's really needing this rook. g6. Yes! g6! But look, white's got some juice already, right? Knight c6. Tries to shelter it. Explosive b4 move from white. Oh, no. That's a heavy move. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. c4 takes. And this threat is coming back. The position got out of control so fast after b5, right, folks? You saw it make this really weak square on c6. It's very hard for black to hold their king together after that happened. It was 2 or 3 moves after b5 that suddenly the problems really emerged, but I think it was because of b5. The one ugly move black's played this game. All right, Blanquito is in. I hope you have a great fight, Blanquito. And yeah, for anyone just joining, for anyone who it's your first time, when a game of yours starts, you want to mute the stream, right? Oh, look at this. We've got Matt Chess versus Matt Rosen. That's a funny coincidence. Matt Chess versus Matt Rosen. You want to mute the stream when your game starts and really focus and monotask on your game. Don't sit there like texting something or other while you're playing, And when your game is done, then you can come talk to us about your game and ask any questions you have about, what should I have done on move 12? Or I was thinking about this sack, but I was too chicken to play it. Whatever comes up, we can talk about it afterwards. But during the game, try and just give yourself to your game and see what comes of it. Okay? We've got more new games that have started up. We've got Wild Chess 4 here playing. Blanquito, I think, with white. Let's see. Oh, it's a funky line of a center game. Black gave the check. And white went for grabbing the pawn. Okay, and that's the start of that game. Evan's game I had. This game I had. This game I had. Have I seen this game? Oh, white's trying to pull a Fedoseev and win with passed pawns against a rook. But this rook is angry. It's behind the passed pawn and trying to attack Live's king position. We can't really allow rook takes f2. I don't think the pawns are going to win if we sack our queen too. What happened right before this? Oh, it was like a bishop and 3 pawns, so white could have really thought they were doing well, but somehow with the queen on f3, black starts making back rank threats. Okay, white, oh, rook b1. Oh, this was such a good move. The king can't get out of the back rank to avoid this rook b1 move. So I had to block with the bishop, and then you go win it. Now that's classical chess, boys. Finding queen e4. And it was played quickly. I think it was planned like 3 or 4 moves before when black went for rook b1. Oh, man. And then the rook gets behind. looking good for Just Z Chess. Just Z Chess. Incredible that no game has ended yet, right? Wow. That's really nice. No game has ended yet. Okay, let's jump back to our Berlin game. So, F6, wow. It's weird because you played B6 to put the bishop here. Then after the trade, I guess the bishop's not coming there after all. White's really trying to press an initiative here. White did not believe in Black's opening. So they tried to press forward with this aggressive C4, C5. It doesn't look like it really pans out. And now, you know, Black's got double isolated pawns, so you're sort of sacked a pawn, sort of didn't, but the knight on F5 is hanging, right? Oh, the rook! Ay, ay, ay. Oh, this got really complicated right here. And Black had been playing so slowly, they didn't have a lot of time to double check around here either. So bishop b2 is threatened, but it should only win in exchange, not a whole rook, no? Oh, because if the knight moves, the bishop on d2 hangs. So that's exactly what happened. White wins the piece, Black takes here, and it's actually a full rook. So bishop f4 is played with tempo, trying to at least get knight d2. Queen d4, piling up on a1, and that's a full rook. Wait a minute, why not trade queens and grab the bishop? That was a huge opportunity, no? I think here Black maybe had this move g6 to look at. Oh no, knight takes, pawn takes, and then rook a1. Well, this was a big chance, and White didn't take it, and the bishop just came out. White had 30 minutes on the clock, so maybe White's trying to blitz Black here, but Queen c2, that's not... Or maybe, I mean, White just thought it's not even worth fixing Black's pawn structure. The endgame's not trivial. It's not like just a win for White. It's rook and two connected passed pawns against the two minor pieces. These are very healthy pawns. No, I imagine White actually saw it and decided against it. Said rather be down in exchange than fix Black's pawn structure. Wow. Now somebody in chat says knight b3 would have been a different story because you would pick this up. But I guess Black still just extorts the pawn structure in exchange for the piece. And that's enough to keep the game close. Weird. Weird, right, Fisher? Like, even this doesn't just clean up the game. We can't grab this piece without fixing the pawn structure. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen somebody get back for a piece to actually be relevant. Oh, but now you can control c5, huh? You just take, and on this move, you hit the rook and you clean up. And the line even goes longer, right? It goes c4. If the knight moves, the rook saves itself, right? Takes, takes. And then only move bishop a3. Right? Amazing. And so, okay, so that knight b3 line wasn't found. I have to say, it's not as flashy as queen sacks and rook sacks and checks, but the idea that with the piece hanging, you don't go attack like some hanging piece or some tactic with g6, that the idea is queen d5 just to fix a pawn structure, and that's enough to turn the tide of this kind of tactical battle with pieces hanging for both sides. That's something new for me. I've never seen this. Really, really surprising. And also, this game just ended, so we've got our first game that's done. That would be a nice puzzle, wouldn't it? No one would even... It would just be a one mover, queen d5, but nobody would think that that's the move. They're so used to tactics trainers, they'd be like, what piece do I attack? You know, do I play g6? Do I hit the rook with my queen? Do I go to b2? But let me check real quick. I mean, if queen b2 doesn't work as well, right? Because if queen b2 is just winning, which is the obvious move I would play, then it's not a really good puzzle for a book. Yeah, queen b2 is also winning. I just asked the engine to confirm it. So I would have to edit this idea. I would have to create a position using this theme that works. Okay, so this escaped. This took. So white's playing with the knight against the rook. Interesting. Getting 1 pawn for the queen. But yeah, it's good enough. You get the trade, and this endgame's pretty hopeless. Even with only 1 minute on the clock, white gave black the respect and the belief that black was taking it. Got the GG, and that's a win for Where's the Bread. Bravo. And just like that, we've got first blood in Friday Night Chess. It took us an hour and a half, 90 minutes. Not bad. The time control was 45 plus 30. You can see the winner used 44 minutes plus all their increments, you know? Huge amounts of time. So, well deserved. In the opening, didn't take queen takes c6 because of the fear of bishop f2. Oh, I see. And this move would have hit multiple pieces. This was the plan. You got scared of this. Queen d4. Bishop e3. Wow, this is a long line. There's definitely some possibilities here. Queen h4, g3, check, and didn't see the queen could come back. Yeah, I mean, my board just got taken from me. Hang on, let me see if I don't have it open again. What I'm watching. Wow, Alyssa Mint Chip pulled out that game where the king was getting attacked. That's our other game that's been decisive here. Ah, the position's gone. Well, let me say, Evan, that line after queen d4, bishop e3, knight e3, rook e3, queen takes b2 check is also plausible for your opponent. I mean, it's definitely a position to fear bishop f2. I can understand not being able to find all those lines and feeling like queen c6 wasn't working. Also, instead of bishop f2, there's also queen d4, right? Just attacking f2 without sacking. And there's the move rook b8 threatening other things. So, yeah. Yeah, it was a scary moment. Let's see the end of this game since we watched so much of it, right? So we had the rook come in. Now black couldn't cover c6 very well. It was like between rook c7 and getting out of the way of the fork. Knight comes in. Rook overprotects this checkmate. I mean, other candidate move is like you just sort of try to get your thing in, right? Okay, the rook defended a7. The knight bounced out. Queen b7, covering rook c8. That was the huge threat when the knight came back. Rook takes d3, cleaning up, finally, this pawn that's been a thorn in white's side. They thought they finally got it, and boom! Finally, the h-file! Woo! Woo! And that's mate. And that's mate. Wow. Just when black's entire structure in the center of domination had been cleaned up and their king was getting attacked, finally they strike on that H file that they had sort of backed off from using for a while. Back against the wall, 3 minutes on the clock. Ooh, my goodness. And you see Napoleon did use 10 minutes plus all those increments, which was another 20 minutes. Napoleon spent 30 minutes of their own think time on the game, plus whatever they thought during Alyssa's time. So not so bad in the end on the time usage. That's a nice checkmate. That's a nice breakthrough. Time was of the essence here. Why capture the rook? Well, if you don't capture the rook, black's going to checkmate on these squares anyway, right? You try and block the diagonal with this. There's this move. So, there may have still been some hope with some move like knight c6 or something funky like that. I don't know exactly everything that could have happened here because it's, complicated. King f1, just run, yeah. One of my favorite tactical ideas of all time is this one, Claw, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. I don't think it works. This is just insanity. Oh yeah, this is pretty lame. Maybe there's like a mating attack with queen c6 and stuff, but just this. All we need is the f3 pawn. Maybe we could go like this. Oh, that's pretty effective. It's not the fancy thing I wanted. I still want to sack my queen or whatever, but I think here to open up this, and then we go check, here, check, here, and we have to assume that black's got a winning attack by this point, We could calculate more, but we could double check it all, but I think that bishop takes d4 is going to be winning here for black after king f1. That much makes sense, right, Claw? That when the king runs, bishop trading the knight so the queen gets access to f3, it's going to be a brutal attack here. And if we took with this pawn, so the rook covers here, I know I want to play queen f3, but likely a move like rook e7 or queen e4 is better, keeping the king in, right? So... Oh yeah, there's also this combination. I think this is what Fischer said was telling us. As soon as we get the chance, let's do this, he says, and then you're up a queen, so you can't get anything wrong. Okay, from the start, rook h2, rook c8 being an option. So black takes. And now you want to take this, I assume, right? And now check. If you go to g1, there's now queen c1 using your own open file against you. So you got to come here. Got to get checked. Got to play f3. I mean, white's still kicking a little bit. Still kicking a little bit. Maybe that's not even precise. I don't know. The game's still going. The game's still going here, yeah. I mean, maybe there's a knockout that I haven't seen yet, but there's a lot of angles on the black king that can produce a perpetual or even like a game-winning tactic, picking up the rook or something. So it's not sure that black wins. If black doesn't have a clean win, this could be like a great defense. This could be a great defense right here. Rook c8 might have been the only one. So rook c8. I also said there might be knight c6 or rook c6, right? So there's a couple moves that could be tried here. Maybe this one I'll save as a puzzle. And I'll go double check it later. Tactical puzzles for Dojo. Pages and pages of positions to look at. Check this one as possible defensive tactic as mate is impending. 1200 to 1600 level, maybe? Okay. Cool, Evan. Well, you know, if playing the game gave you the chance to think of one or two new ideas, then it was already pretty cool, right? All right. This is a second game for Mushin. I would guess that first game of Mushin's... I mean, we didn't see the end. We got to see the end of it, right? First game of Mushin's with lifted truck Swoas. Looks like Swoas managed to take it in the end. Let's see the entertaining end of this King's Indian game. Rook G1. This was where we left off. Knight D3. Yeah. Making trouble, right? Gotta make trouble. Aw, White tries to consolidate. That's not fair, says Mushin. Oh my god. But isn't this Mushin's chance to save the game? Oh, what a moment for both Swoas and Mushin to review. Because White is up material, they're assuming the queen trade's good for White. So White's offering it and Black's running away from it. Right? But look at this. Takes. Check. Weak back rank. King here. Another trade. Surprise, surprise. Takes. Boom. And the game is turned around. I think that's just very, very straightforward capture. Like, I don't think I'm missing a move in that line. I'm pretty confident. There's not a lot of different or in-between moves in that line. I think that's really forcing. But it's from a chaotic position, and it's just the matter of, like, Black's not expecting to make a bunch of trades. They're not expecting that trades are going to be good for Black. White either. They played Queen G3 thinking it's like a check. You have to move away from me, you know? You never give a check and then your opponent surprisingly just leaves your king in check. But this is not quite that. So Mushin backed off from that. Then White traded. Lost a piece. What Mushin did is looking pretty good too. Oh, they're fully back in the game. And then, who knows if it's right to take the trader pawn. It might not be. That might be the mistake that gives the game back, because I think that Mushin is just taken over here. Just suddenly taken over the game. I mean, White's got a back rank issue because the queen's got access to these squares. Ooh, the lolly. I understand the pawn's limiting your king. You want to be able to bring the rook over. But I think Queen E6 might be winning against this move. Well, we're going to find out because it happened. Oh, and just finds the checkmate. Good pattern recognition there from lifted truck and takes it down. So Rook G7 is the losing move, I think. And I would imagine that before Rook G7, Mushin's position is actually good. So Mushin really has the King's Indian spirit. You know, we can say the King's Indian fits them because they really did. They had the spirit to play those moves like E4 and a lot of good violent moves, B5, E4. Yeah, the opening definitely fits. I mean, they were also playing up 500 rating points here and came super close to winning the game. So, yeah, an encouraging game for Mushin. despite the final blow. Do you guys see how you could play a game, lose it, and not be upset afterwards? You know, maybe take some good points from it, and you know, recognize, like Fisher Seb is saying here, that there was a really good effort there. You know, Filet Gefilte Fish saying good game. Like, you can lose a game and say like, oh, I did some really good stuff there. Is the account new? They seem really strong for their rating. Joined in April 2021. More fights. More fights. All right. So there's Boomerang versus Mushin. There's the Mats playing each other. Maybe we should look at the Mats playing each other. What do you guys think? Ooh, going for the classic checkmate. Bishop takes h7. Matt versus Matt. Was material equal before this sack? Let's just check. No, white's up a knight for a couple pawns here. So that means when white tried to push the black bishop, it had no way out. Any surprise ways to get this piece out, or to get enough compensation for it? What should black do here? This is a very common thing, this b4 sort of trapping the piece. All right, I'm going to take a stab at my own question. All right. I think I've got an answer. I don't want to assume that you all calculate as fast as me, nor do I want to assume that you don't calculate as fast as me. You know, I don't want to expect everyone to be an IM, nor do I want to insult anyone by thinking I might be better than you. But I've got a tentative answer to the puzzle I asked myself, and you know, maybe you could take one more minute, and then I'll share my answer, and you can compare with what you've calculated. And then we're going to go to this bishop h7 move, and we're going to ask ourselves, you know, can black take or not? Like, does this checkmate work? So we got our work cut out for us right now. The viewers too. The viewers too. All right, so here's my thought on this question. I see one way to try and completely win back the material, which is knight takes, pawn takes, boom, and we trap the rook. There's going to be 3 trap pieces in my variation, by the way, folks. That's the theme of this line. So the bishop's trapped, but we try and fight it out with it and trap the opponent's piece. Rook's got nowhere to go. And furthermore, you can't move the knight and then recapture with the queen. If you could recapture, you might still be slightly ahead as white, although black should still go for it if white could recapture. But white takes, still seems trapped, still bishop b2 doesn't seem to do anything, knight c3, knight d2, nothing. You know, I thought of this, it doesn't trap her because the knight on f3 is no longer defending. But finally, I came up with this idea, queen b3. And now if queen a1, you just can't wriggle out anymore. Against bishop a4, I think I didn't even notice this was check. I just thought queen a3 and the queen's trapped. So after queen b3, I didn't really see anything for black to do here. Bishop b2 is coming whether you take the rook or not. And so black has still lost a piece. So that's my answer. There's no way to battle out of this. Nothing to be done about it. Okay. Anyone has a different thought or answer? We can compare. Interesting suggestion. Can white do bishop e3? Nice. Saving the bishop with a cross pin. Yeah. That works too, gefilte fish. Good line. I don't see any problem with that. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so let's get on with the game and do another exercise. Yeah? You guys up for another exercise? Or are you like, oh, David, man, we came to watch, not to fight? My question is this sound? You know, did black get hit with the old checkmate or not? I love it. Lots of people getting in with the answers. Respect to all of you. Some people say black can't defend h7. Some people say black can defend h7. Some say checkmate for sure. Some say without calculating, I would definitely go for it. Gut reaction is no, it's not checkmate. About as good as you're going to get. All right, nice. So the Greek gift, folks, it's something that a lot of players will start to encounter, around like 1,000 to 1,200, they might start encountering it. And by the time they're 1,500, 1,600, they might think that they know how to calculate when it works or not, right? Is that about, I don't know, ratings are always changing, but, right? Like people will be familiar with it. We'll become aware of it somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500. It's one of the more classic stock patterns or sacrifices. And somewhere in the 1,400 to 1,600, 1,700 range, they'll start to be like, oh, I know, this is when it works, this is when it doesn't, etc., right? Something like that. The thing is, it can actually be kind of tricky to do the actual calculations, right? So for example, king h7, knight g5, king g6, queen g4, right? Does this work or not? Here, Fisher Seb is pointing out that we got the attack over on b4, so that's going to be a decisive factor. That means we don't need to really calculate f5 or the normal defensive resources black might have, because sometimes they fight their way out of this. You know, queen g4 is not the end. Okay, then against king g8, queen here, somebody was giving a line where, let's say the rook moves, check here, check, knight g8, as being a line that was saving the king, right? So that was a cool line. One thing you can throw in as white, though, is you can take here. So black's got one less pawn before you come back. And the person who gave that line, who gave that queen h7, queen h8 line, I think Baymon maybe, I hadn't thought of throwing in queen f7. That's an important resource, because sometimes it means, you know, when you chase the king and it comes to e7, you then get g7 with check. Here, it's not as decisive, right? We can still keep our g-pawn and keep this queen kind of at bay for the moment. There could be a second wave to the attack with f4, f5, or knight f3, knight g5, but it's not done yet by any measure. So this position here still has some complication to it, and whether or not it works, you'd have to calculate further to know if this works or not. But the attack looks fairly strong. The refutation to bishop h7 in this case is to take it, and after knight g5 to come back. Now, normally when there's a refutation, the king g6 lines are more complicated, and normally king back to g8, less likely to work, but it has some patterns of defensive resource to it. And anybody over 1800 who answered that this works for white, you were being lazy. Because anyone over 1800 should be familiar with, if the queen or bishop can come to c2 or d3 or something like that, this is not working. So anyone under 1800, you're excused. And you know, here we get to learn a new cool idea, right? But everybody over 1800, you knew about it. You knew about it, and you didn't try hard enough. You saw queen b1. I'm the one who's lazy. Good call. Okay, queen b1. Nice move. Picking up this again. You win the war of comments, Fisher Seb. That's nice. So it works. In fact, you don't even need to go knight g5, do you, Fisher Seb? It's probably clean enough. Just check and take the bishop. No mate, but we keep our knight defending the e5 pawn, and the king's exposed here. We don't really gain anything by chasing him back, so to speak. If all we're doing is collecting this bishop and not checkmating, right? Knight f5 takes and takes. There was nothing sound about bishop h7 in this particular line. White's only winning because they were up a piece before they sacked on h7, you know? So, yeah, but basically, okay, if we go bishop h7, king h7, and then immediately queen b1, then it was not a checkmating attack, but a pawn-winning trick. Just a little deflection of the king to come recapture our piece and win a pawn. In which case, yeah, perfect. And you know, you can transfer the queen from b4 over to h4 and start playing for an attack again later if you want. That's the point of your opponent having less pawns in front of their king. But for the moment, we just have to win back our material, because the knight g5 thing, that does not work. All right. So hopefully we each learned a little something here. Each of us, including me. Chad is right about what, 94? No way. Whoa, even more to learn. Wow. Well, I mean, the thing about this is we sacked a piece, black takes a second piece, black takes a third piece. So in that sense, bishop h7 is not sound even with this knight e4 idea, but it's a cool idea. Let's talk about this for a moment. So this is interference. We're blocking the queen, resetting up our checkmate threats. And again, there's the question, can now black move the rook and escape? I don't tend to believe that, but actually it's another question we have to ask ourselves. Maybe there's knight f6 then. Oh! Is there knight f6 now? Right, it's exactly, yeah, you and filet gefilte fish, you guys are answering each other's question there, right? Queen h7 first, huh? Ay, it's not even easy. Calculating. There's a smothered mate of just knights possible. Yeah. That's the beautiful fun of this. This queen's covering h7 if we move the knight, so we don't have the simple checkmate over here, you see? And if we go pawn takes pawn to give this checkmate, then black has time to like bring the queen back. And it doesn't look like we have checkmate here. So I think immediate knight f6 doesn't quite work. We could play queen f7 or queen h7 first, right? So queen h7, king f8, now knight f6. With the point being, if they take, there's mate. And if they trade the queen, the dream of most defenders, then there's the disgusting knight smothered mate that some of us were already oohing about before. But the question is, does black have any other defensive move here? Basically, white's threatening queen h8 here takes, or queen c2, rook c2, then knight h7. Oh, that's a hard one to stop. That's a hard one to stop. The threat is to trade the queen. Oh my God. Okay, black's dead. Roasted. Very nice, very nice set of patterns. Okay, so let's get back to another funny point about this, okay? In this position, I would try something like queen takes e4, you see, right? And then it stops the checkmate and knight takes and pawn takes. And somebody said, well, but this queen against two pieces, white's winning. Yes, white's winning. But the bishop h7 sack, in general, would not have worked if white weren't up a piece to begin with in this variation, right? Because black had been down a piece. So just count the pieces as they come off the board in this variation here, right? Bishop h7, right? One piece. So far it's one piece for black, right? Two pieces for black. A queen for white. Three pieces for black. Trading three pieces for a queen is like suicide. Almost always. Just complete. for anyone who's a beginner, you might think 3-3-3 versus 9 and like the point counting system. But I can tell you 3 minor pieces just demolish a queen. It's like not close, basically. Unless the queen's giving checkmate in 1 or 2 moves. But any kind of position where you're going to be playing for several moves still, the 3 pieces just win. It's like being up a piece. It's really about as easy as having a full extra piece. So this would not be a successful pattern for white in general. This would not, if you see this kind of Greek gift, bishop h7 sack, if you see this with the queen h5 follow-up and queen c2, and you're like, oh, I've got this idea to block the diagonal, you have to have a pawn on f3 or something for knight e4 to come out ahead. Or you have to have some other piece that can block here, because trading both knights is not going to be good normally in this pattern. Okay, so at least there's one thing we all learned just now, right? Which is bishop h7. It's not a ho-hum, oh yeah, I know this thing. Oh no. Bishop h7 has all kinds of levels. And I'd been thinking already for a year that like I could put together a series of puzzles just of bishop takes h7s, just asking, does bishop h7 work or not in this position? And even knowing what the question is and knowing the theme, there would just be levels and levels and levels to it. And it's yeah, and it's really more complicated than we would think for something that's considered sort of like one of the basic patterns. I don't know for sure why people call it the Greek gift stamen. Maybe something to do with the Trojan horse. I'd also heard the knight d5 sack in the Sicilian sometimes referred to as a Greek gift. So, and that one actually uses a knight, a horse. So you would think that the Greek gift should at least be a horse sacrifice, not a bishop sack, right? But I don't know. Should we look it up? Should we try and learn something? Greek gift sacrifice. There's a Wikipedia page on it. That'll probably be right. Also known as classical bishop sacrifice is bishop takes h7. They occur relatively frequently. And examples and so forth. The etymology is not entirely clear. The obvious explanation is that it alludes to the Trojan horse. Another explanation is the sacrifice often occurred in Gioacchino Greco's games. And Greco, I guess, means the Greek in Italian or something? I don't know. Okay. We don't know for sure yet. Yeah, there is the famous saying, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. That was quoted in the Wikipedia article as well. You heard it was about Greco, but he wasn't Greek. Right, he was Italian, right? Maybe people called it Greco sacrifice and then just because it was phonetically similar eventually called it Greek, like Yayu is saying. Sometimes the etymology of something is not based on meaning, but based on sound. Like somebody just transposed a letter or a sound at some point, and that created the later thing. And if you think in terms of meanings, you never figure it out until you just say, like, look at the word or listen to the word, and you go, oh, Greco. I get it. Okay, Matt Rosen doesn't take. I think it would have been worthwhile to take because it's quite complicated and you force white to really prove it. The bishop retreats from its dirty work. Like checkmate. So checkmate, I feel like it comes from like Shah and Mat. And something like Shah is the king and Mat is dead or something? No? I don't know. Why not knight g5 anyways? Yeah, it's a good question. Why not knight g5 anyways? Gefilte fish. Evan also was thinking instead of retreating, I'd play knight g5. I mean, the question is, does g6 keep your queen out and keep your bishop in? Right? This reflects another ancient Greek adage, which is keep your strong enemies far away and your weak enemies close at hand. Right? Or I had a friend in college who said, I only insult or talk shit to people who I'm very confident I could beat in a fight. So he would just, insult really frail people when he was out in the streets. But if he saw somebody who'd been pumping iron, he would say nothing. Bishop d3 might have been the part of prudence in this case. Knight g5, g6 is thorny. I mean, you do have, ultimately the queen can transfer here, and she can pop that guy on the way and head over here or here. Maybe it works out for white just fine. But it is hard to get this out of the way of what you're doing now, right? King here. Oh, sorry, I can't hang the bishop. I'm going to trade it first because I need time. Tempo fiend. All right. And then here. And maybe it's not so easy to extricate it. I mean, black has a hard time winning it, right? Because it's defended and it's a little bit complicated. Yeah, of course you take this position for white any of the day of the week. We're already up a piece. But would you take this or would you take this, where now you're up a piece and there's nothing that can go wrong? Queen f3 is better. Okay. Oops, sorry. And I click on that. So you want to go here. So your thought is to threaten this instead of this. I will centralize. You could try this or this. Knight b3, going for this. Surely you have some way to win somewhere in here. Bishop takes g6 already. You're going to find a lot of accidental wins because you're up a piece before any of this starts. Maybe just knight f3 and bishop d4. I mean, even after you've lost a piece, right, material's equal and my king's on f6. So it's just, I'm always going to catch a stray here. Yeah. So I guess you guys are right to be confident in white. It's just, yeah, something's always going to work out. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Matt retreated, and then Matt retreated. Now he's on the attack. Kavutskiy. And white's thinking about the recapture, which means white's looking for mates as well. But the knight on h6 is going to provide, some defense. Yeah, white's got a pawn on e5 for now, yeah. This is finally, we've caught up with the live position in the mat fight. Got another battle going on between Falgri and Mushin. And this one here has gone to an endgame. Looks like White's king position might be enough to decide this ending. My first question, Evan, would be maybe King G8 in your line. Oh, that Fisher Seb asked the same thing. White has the protected passer too, yeah. But most of all, right, it's like this king in the corner versus this king in the center. That's huge. This guy's dominating. La da da. Woo. Yeah, but you're right. The pawn structure too, right? Doubled pawns that can't move. Protected passer. G6 that needs to be babysat. Looks like the end of a positional masterpiece by White, honestly. That's just sort of like the vague impression you get when you see such a position. Got a Forlian wielding an epic sharp Sicilian right here. And very fancy bishop a6 move. Probably took Where's the Bread by surprise. Where's the Bread super down on time. Again, they won their first game with 1 minute left on the clock, so. Yeah, I like equal material but totally losing, Stamen. I like those kind of positions. It's always very impressive. One of my favorite games is a game that I won on like move 20 without capturing a single one of my opponent's pieces. I'd maybe traded one or two of their pawns, you know, but they had all the knights, bishops, queen, rooks, and I won a miniature. And I'd sacked some material too and just paralyzed them. One of my favorite games. Who was my opponent? I'm not sure I remember their name. I've played so many games. What do you guys think of like f7, just trying to queen? Huh? It's picturesque to just keep centralizing the king, right? But what do you think? What's your calculation on f7? King e5 must have been pretty good if black resigned against it. Steve Nash is awake. Yep. My question to you guys was a trap. Did I sell it? I acted like I had no idea, right? Knight d6. Oof. That's why you got to be very careful no matter how winning your position is. No matter how winning it is, don't get hyper excited. You know, keep thinking. The correct answer is not always to just be calm and positional, nor to always look for a forced win. Sometimes you blow it by playing too many positional moves and missing a forced win that could have cleaned it up. Sometimes you go for a forced win and blow it that way. You always have to be open to either possibility of what you might need to do. You know what I mean? I know there's folks out there who like to calculate and folks who like to not calculate. To really be effective, even in like amazing positions, you have to be willing to like look for this kind of thing and also sometimes accept that it's not there and keep playing calmly. Both have to happen, you know? Yeah. Good job. Good job, everybody. Nobody was fooled, and congratulations to Wild Chess IV on the win. What is this flag here? Papua New Guinea. Yes! finally we did an event at a good time for people in Papua New Guinea. Right on. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So, back to another fight. We were here. We had the recapture, knight h6, queen h5, king g8. So far, white's in really good shape, up a piece. And so we're going to go over to this Sicilian for a bit. Yeah, Blanquito, it was a gorgeous position with the black king trapped over on h7, and you can just keep improving your king. Beautiful. Oh, you just did it because the flag was cool. That flag is so cool. It really is, yeah. I saw it and I thought, I've never seen that flag before, and it's so different than other flags. What is that? All right, bye, gefilte fish. Take care. See you another time. Okay, so what's happening here? So white makes the trade on a6, which brings out Napoleon's piece and defends the b4 pawn. So very, very clever defense of b4 by Napoleon with bishop a6 here. This was a really, really surprise move, I think, for both me and probably for Where's the Bread. Yeah. Ok. ¿Y qué significa blanquito gracioso? What's a blanquito? It sounds like a blanket, but I just don't know that word, blanquito. So black's still a little bit behind in development, right? Because of this knight on g8 and it's white's move. Oh, it's just white? Like blanco? Blanquito just means white? All right, we get the trade there. Oh, there's an interesting move for white, tactically speaking. Little bit risk. Little risk. It is little bit risky. I don't know if it's good, in fact. Yeah, it might burn too much energy. So white can win, so to speak, a pawn. White can double attack two pawns here, right? But you don't know if it's worth the energy, right? Because black develops the knight in response. You take here, they go here, hitting this, and you're not castled yet, right? Now, if you did all this to be up a pawn, then you want to move your queen somewhere where you keep your extra pawn, but you've got this one hanging to the knight. Yeah, no, I think this doesn't work. I think this doesn't work. I also had the idea like this is maybe bothering black, but you do something like this, not only could black take the pawn back, but they might be able to do something like this and make you really regret that you went too much. A little more lovely. Yeah. I just hadn't seen that, I guess. I hadn't really seen that as much with like an adjective as with a noun, I guess. Like, I know you've got like cafecito is like a little coffee or something, right? But I hadn't seen it like with adjectives, maybe. Okay, so that move I don't like. How about rook c1? Oh, I think queen d4 just got played. Maybe rook c1 was better. Maybe castles was better. I don't know. But yeah, queen d4. And also after knight f6, you don't have to take the pawn right away. You could castle then. So white's not committed. But knight f6 should be good. Yeah, I'm into castling, not queen b4. I think the game shouldn't be decisive yet. It's still developing and bubbling, you know. Nobody should be going for the kill yet because neither player has made a sufficient mistake, right, for you to go for the kill against them. You can't just go for the kill because you want to win. Oh, I meant to and then I forgot. I meant to take a little break from staring at the screen, right? Just look away at the wall for a minute, maybe stand up, stretch the legs. It's a good thing for all of us to do. Some of you have been at the computer for a couple hours like me, which is not great. My hairstyle is atrocious. It's the first time I went to like a coiffeur and had my hair cut. And it's the first time I've been unhappy with my hair. Normally I just shave it towards the beginning of summer and then let it grow through the winter. So normally just shaving it once a year will do it. But my partner insisted I go to a professional hair cutter. Yeah, I've been staring at the screen for a long time today. I have not done a day like this in a while. We started off with the Akiba Rubinstein Memorial in my morning. Then the Maya tournament where Kostya is playing in the midday. And now the Dojo tournament at night. So that's a lot of staring at screens. Oh my gosh, where's the bread? Went for the pawn. They're gonna regret it. Yeah, rook c1 is not good here anymore because of queen takes c1. It was in this position that I think rook c1 was a reasonable alternative, and castles was a reasonable alternative, and queen d4 knight f6 castles was a reasonable option as well. But I think taking on b4 is bad. Yeah, I think it's bad. Host a Mahogi-like fights? Is queen c3 not still fine? It's a bit worse for white because of trade takes, hitting this, split pawns, open file. Maybe white's got a way to muddle out of it, but it's not great. In an OTB, would not using your time be frowned upon? Yeah, like is it a disrespect or kind of thing? It can be a little unsettling. I mean, ask any of Nepo's opponents. I mean, I think in general it's your time, so you use it how you want. it'd be weird to play all your moves quickly. Your opponent would more likely, feel like you could use some advice on your time usage from somebody more than they would feel insulted, I think, normally. And they might feel a little bit on edge and pressured to move fast. Sometimes people do it psychologically to put pressure on their opponents. I don't think it would be like a real disrespectful thing, though. I don't think it's a faux pas. I think you can play fast if you want to. There's not some kind of moral responsibility to take your time. All right, so queen d4. Oh, after rook b8, the queen just came back. Castles. And white gets to castle. Okay, what I was thinking after queen d4 was that black would have this move, which didn't happen in the game. Well, Hosta, it has to find a good opponent for you. So if there's somebody really close to you in rating, it'll probably pair you immediately. If there's nobody really close to you in rating, it'll wait a little bit to see if somebody close to you in rating becomes available. It won't immediately pair you with somebody 500 points away because the algorithm's somewhat complicated, but it's biasing and preferring to try and pair you with somebody close to your rating if it can. But the longer you wait, the more it'll be willing to pair you with somebody further away from you in rating, I think. Because it doesn't want you to wait forever. Yeah, so I think Neforolian didn't go for this move, but this was why I thought that that queen d4 wouldn't be quite good enough for white either. There's options, but like queen c3, you trade and take e4 is similar. Knight d2, you play rook b4, hitting the queen and going after the e-pawn. Queen d2, you trade and then you take on b2. Either way, I think black gets like quite a nice position. But since black castled, white got time to castle. Black plays a slow move h6, and white so far is getting away with that pawn grab. Of course I know FM Andy Lee. He's the person I've played the most tournament games with in my life. He's my age. He lives near me. Most of our lives we've lived together. I mean, lived nearby each other, etc. Yeah, he's my number one rival in my whole life, kind of. In a good way. We're friends. Yeah. Yeah. It must have been on Tuesday, huh? I know he's playing the Tuesday night marathon right now. So, yeah, that's great. Have you seen? He's writing nice blogs about all his games. So he'll probably write about your game. Maybe he already did. Let me check the blog. 1 second. Oh! It just came, Hosta Mahogi. It just came into my inbox in the last hour while I was commenting on this game here. You want a link? I'll send you a link. Here's a blog about you. Well, I mean, it'll be more about him, but it'll be with you. Oh, Blanquito, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. You get to play a master? Oh no, you don't get to play a master. I'm sorry, Blanquito. Okay, so somebody had a question whether e5 was good. Sorry, I got distracted chatting with Mahogi. But Melt Like Butter wanted to know if e5 was good or bad. No attacking is a committal move. So I would say it's a bad move because the Black Knight is better on d5 than it was on f6. All right, well I hope he moves for you. I hope you get to play a game with Chess Lebanese Salah. Very, very fortunate to get to play with him. He's a great chess player. Enjoy. Go focus mode. Go focus mode. You too, Fisher Seb. Focus mode. We're gonna look at your game, guys, okay? Have fun. Don't listen in. We're gonna look at other people's games too. We're gonna finish answering Melted Butter's question, Melt Like Butter's question about e5. You want to watch the stream while you play? It's nice of you to play with him, but you got to go all out. That's how it works. No multitasking. No multitasking. All right, so what was this question here about? Well, let me try and find the position for e5. Here it is. Okay, so e5 was the question, right? Melt Like Butter. So basically, the knight on f6 was well placed. But the knight on d5, to me, is even better placed. So to me, that answers your question about was e5 good or bad, right? I would say it's slightly bad because this knight's going to be so good here. What's the difference? Well, I mean, it's helping to control these queenside pawns from here, right? As well as being able to switch over to an attack on the king side, as well as blocking any pressure on the d file. You know? Like here where black's attacking this e-pawn, you can even play a move like rook d1, and if they take your e-pawn, you trade and you take their d-pawn, right? So there is some element of like you're doing something on the d-file, even if it seems anchored by the knight. The moment you go e5, I mean, that's just, you can't target this, and it's a rock. So let's see what happened. Rook c2 here, a trade, into the square, back, around, to attack e5, back, around, and around. The knight should have just stayed on d5, by the way. Do you guys see that? Like, it searched for something else to do, but it never found a better square than d5, right? And now, here's white. Okay. Check in on this boomerang position. Looked really exciting, so maybe we'll look at this for a second. Knight, bishop, rook. There was just a rook on f2 when I saw it, but I guess it was a trade. No, wait, why didn't the king take it? Knight e4. Oh, it was exciting. See, I was right. This was an exciting moment. Boom, says Evan. Boom. Kiribati, another flag. I don't know. But Evan's got too much time on the clock. There's 16 moves into some crazy position. Rook f1. I mean, the knight needs to be defended, and king f2, knight e4's out. So rook f1 looks forced. And now black thought. So that's something. And they traded. Could have won the b2 pawn with queen e4, queen e3, rook b2. All right, Lenora, welcome in. Welcome in. We're having a great first night of fights. You know, I thought, honestly, we might have 0 fights tonight because it was the first night. But that it would be a way of announcing it so that next week people would be, you know, mentally preparing themselves for it, getting ready, the necessary energy and power to do it. But no, people just came in and did it. Oh, with this idea. I think the knight's coming to the square we talked about in the other game, d5. Oh, wow. Lenora is extremely highly rated, right around that master level. Lenora, Nisha Jungwoo-ren ma? Argentinian. Okay, super. I think this might be your first time talking to me or playing in this event. So I just tell you, while you play your game, you should mute the stream so you can't hear what I say about the games. Fisher Seb, don't tell Lenora something about their position while they're playing. You're not a noob, Fisher Seb. I'm not calling you a noob, Lenora. I just mean Fisher Seb's been around a long time. You should not tell someone something about their game while they're chatting with us, right? So everybody who's playing, please just pay attention to your game. Just pay attention to your own game, okay? And then when your game's done, then come chat with us in the chat. You know, yeah, then we can talk about it all. See what we think of your game. Okay? But let's focus during our games. Otherwise, I can't comment on anything, you know, because it's cheating. I don't want to be cheating anybody, right? Lenora was scared for a second. Say no more, Fisher Seb. Say no more, please. Please stop saying anything till your game is done. All right, here's Fisher Seb's game. So, it's bishop b5 check Sicilian. Bishop's traded on d7, leaving black potentially weak on the light squares. White set up the white square, boom, immediately, right? As soon as the bishops trade, every pawn's rushing to the light squares. Bishop g5, saying maybe if you put your knight on e7 or f6, at some point I'm going to trade it to get more control over this light square for the knight. Fisher Seb plays f6, crippling this bishop even more. I'm just spewing stuff about Fisher Seb's games in hopes that they will have the shame to stop listening to us as we talk about it. So f6, so I guess the knight can come to e7 and control this, but this is a very committal move, f6. You know, it sort of blocks this bishop, blocks a square for the knight. You don't really want your pawn to sit on f6 for a really, really long time, unless you're a cheater who's listening to David as you play your game. So f6, the bishop retreated, knight came to e7 to control this square, as we said, to be able to trade it when the knight plops into d5. Queen a4. Okay, I think wild chess is thinking of putting the knight on d5, and then if there's a trade, taking with the pawn and also collecting a queen trade. I think that's the idea. Fischer Seb castled and knight d5 came. h6, b4, advancing. Yeah, now Seb's coming under some real pressure. Wild Chess playing super fast. They're both playing super fast. Yeah, Seb's under pressure. I think Seb hoped to just play a game with a lower rated player as a favor, just be like nice and polite like I always try to do on stream, Just try to be nice. And then you find out that the lower rated player is really good. And suddenly you're not like doing them a favor, you're scrambling for your life while they like pummel you with blows, and you're really pissed about how you ended up here getting pummeled. So hopefully Fischer Seb's going to notice a little faster than me that Wild Chess is giving them a real game, And, buckle up, tighten the play and play a real match. You're not really doing anyone a favor if you don't play for real with them, usually, Okay, Jared, I don't know if you're in YouTube or Twitch chat, but you're getting a comment from Matt Chess saying, if you want to go over the game at some point, let me know. It looks like you've already started another one. Okay, so maybe you're not listening. But Jared, if you're out there, Matt Chess would love to do what we call a postmortem. The greatest thing in all of chess culture, in my own opinion. Postmortem. Matt invites you to discuss the game with them at some point. Meanwhile, we've got a raid from Vietnam. Thank you, Min. Here, we're going to try and do a shout out here. Grandmaster Min Le, one of the greatest blitz and bullet players in the world. Wait, I didn't even do the shout out correctly. So let's see. We go exclam, shout out, and then type it. Okay, there we go. Thanks for the raid. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good time recently. Hope life's going well for you. To the raiders who are joining us, I just want to tell you quickly what we're up to here. These are chess dojoers who are playing classical chess games against each other on the internet. They're sitting down and playing for 2, 3, 4 hours a single game against another dudette or dude on the internet, putting in, real thought and effort into the game. And I'm commenting on the games. And then later, they can go back, watch the VOD, and maybe pick up some comments from me. If not, they can always chat with their opponent after the game as well. So that's what we've got going on here. And if a classical game's a little bit of a big commitment or big thing to just step into when you weren't planning to. But if anybody's so inclined to do it, it's open to all. You're all invited, and we've got this little command here, fight. And that's because the show is called Friday Night Fights. And there you'll find a link where you could join the arena to play somebody random. You can also find somebody yourself who you want to play with and just send me a link to the game. So you can ask in chat, I'm 1400. Is there anyone between 1200 and 1600 who wants to play me? You start a game, a time control of your choosing, and send me a link, and I can comment that game as well. All right, so after knight b4, potentially there's going to be some pressure coming down the b file pretty soon, and so Saleh is feeling a little bit of pressure and goes for f5. This is the move that f6 kind of committed black to anyway, in my opinion. Once you play f6, you're gonna play f5 pretty soon. You're not gonna leave the pawn sitting here forever. You want to hear my voice, Fischer Seb? My voice is saying monotask, monotask, monotask. That's what I'm into. All right. All right, so knight b4, f5. This move has been coming since move 8, from my opinion. Wild Chess trades it, so that means probably that they feared that f4 would be just too much space. I don't think they probably feared f-e-d-e too much. You do get this isolated c-pawn, but black's d-pawn is backwards, and you've got space, and you've got an outpost. So if I were white, I wouldn't particularly fear fe, but I could imagine fearing f4. Just not being ready for f4 to come. That said, I mean, this might be playable. Let's have a quick look. Boom, boom, boom. It's coming pretty fast. Whatever this is, I don't know if it's a decisive attack or just a little demonstration, but it's coming pretty fast. We normally go to the file, push, pop. That didn't achieve anything for black. All right, leave the outpost, control this, prepare the push another little bit. Slow it down. This might have been playable. I mean, I don't know if it would be to anybody's taste, wild chess, especially at the speed you guys are playing. You guys are playing about 30 seconds per move, so it's pretty intuitive, not super deep thinks. But h3, you know, if h5 you take, if g4 you trade, which looks a little bit risky, but at the moment there's nobody helping the queen to crack through here. And if they play g4, they're at minimum sacking this. And now you're attacking here. So, well, maybe there's some genius stuff like this. Takes, boom. Going for the Pruess. That's pretty serious. G3, FG, F3, G2. Oh! There's this. That looks decisive. Like, black actually wins with this sacrifice. Okay. And that's basically the terror that anyone has as white when the opponent plays f5, right? f5, and you're like, if I do something else, these King's Indian attacks are just terrifying. It's like black's got all the time in the world. They can either mate you quickly or slowly. You can never get the king out. It's real agonizing as white. But in a classical game, I mean, you have to consider that sort of thing. Maybe this is the position where you don't care about f4 and you keep doing what you want to do. Knight d5, rook b1, etc. Okay, anyway, we got the trade. And now white's just switching to centralization, trying to be ready for these pawns. f4, bishop drops back. He's going to, play here and try and engage with the center if black attacks the king. The thing is, the queen's really decentralized. She needs to have access to like e4 or something for the whole thing to work out for white. Right? Protecting some stuff. I expect this move. It's hard to say what to do with this knight or with this queen. I guess you don't really want to move it away because you keep allowing f3, so it just has to sit here for now. You can't really play d4 too easily because it's covered. And defending the queen lets the knight help control the d4 square. I can, Dabo. I can. I'm expecting rook e1. I can show you the move that I'm saying. And to my mind, the problem for white is that if we go d4, black can take it, and we don't have like a really clear counter to that anymore. Knight d5. That is the weak square for black, but with e4 pawn traded, it's not as obvious anymore. So what if black trades and goes here? Maybe white would come over here. This pawn's super weak. I have to fight really hard. But it doesn't seem to pan out for white here. Now, I mean, even this may still be playable with rook e1 here. Rook e8, bishop b2 or something. But all of this, Dabo, that whole variation, which would be great for white if we had a rook on e1, maybe gives you some insight into why I was thinking, yeah, probably rook e1 would be the next move here for wild chess. It just makes all of these things more possible, and we're holding the tension for a moment on the premise that black can't improve too much, and we can, play one of these moves next. Like against knight d5, they might want to play queen e6, but that's bad against d4 probably, right? Unless there's this. I mean, the grubbiest of moves, but it's concrete. We're just ganging up on those pieces. Wow. Queen c4 looks winning, actually, by accident. So white might have to approach the position with this move, with the dual idea of knight here, d4, because now this pawn's protected and we're threatening the fork as well as trying to open things up. And if pawn takes, we grab the pawn sack. Dubious as it looks, I mean, black's center has become strong. Rook a8. Our queen is stupid as can be. No, we can't do this, actually. The queen's just got no way to even get out. So no knight c6. Black can ignore the a pawn and continue, covering the central light squares like this. Just good for black. Huh. Queen e6. I mean, it's a very non-trivial move. Very non-trivial move. You wouldn't expect it to be great. White just played rook e1, and then you put your queen on this line with the rook. But somehow fighting for control of these squares is huge. Queen b5, maybe? a6, queen here. Maybe this move. Yeah. Defending that. Oh, that move does everything in response to queen e6. Okay. I didn't think that queen e6 should work, and I think this move shows its failings. It attacks here, but it also threatens knight d5 and d4. Ah, look at that. We predicted Wild Chess's move. Rook e1. Nice. Yeah, using our time. The time is one of your main resources, right? To play a good chess game, the ingredients are your chess knowledge, your chess skills, the time on your clock, right? And then maybe something around your frame of mind that day. Those are the ingredients. And if one of them is like really absent or missing, the whole thing is going to crumble. 30,000 bullet games will make a person impatient. Not just in chess either, Evan, right? I mean, 30,000 bullet games could ruin you in real life. I'm not trying to be mean or alarmist, but I mean, 30,000 bullet games, to me, that sounds like some real damage, potentially. I'm not planning to do 24 hours of live coverage today, Andreas. That might be something sometime in the future. Sure, bullet is fun. Fair enough. But I mean, 30,000 games, that sounds like a heavy dose, right? There are things that are fun, but then like a reasonable amount of them is fun, and then too much, and then a huge amount of them might not be fun anymore, right? Like eating a cookie, right, Dabo? Eating a cookie is fun, but there are people who've eaten too many cookies, and 30,000 might be too many cookies. There, I found an analogy that explains my point without being too authoritarian about it. I'm not trying to be authoritarian about it or say there's only one way to do it or something. Right? There's an amount of bullet that's fine, but there's also, potential downsides depending on how much bullet we're talking. And it definitely depends on the period, of course. Was it over the course of a year or 30 years? But 30,000 sounds like really a lot. I mean, you will reduce your attention span, your patience, etc. if you do tons of little things. I mean, there's also people who watch these shorts, right? Like videos that are less than a minute long. I mean, that's the same thing, right? They're thrashing their brain. Okay, we got knight d4 here from Lebanese Salah. Somebody had asked in chat, will rook e1 be answered by knight d4? I didn't really especially think it would be. But the idea is on queen d7 to take here with check, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Kostya's at a tournament in Portugal right now, Andreas, so he can't do any commentary. I already did commentary on his classical game today. This is my third commentary today. So queen d7 had to happen, right? And then we double those pawns and take back. Bishop comes to a good square. Black's looking at knight h4, targeting the weakness. Like a lion might with a herd, right? Or most predators, right? They'll try and prune the weakling first. I think doing like a super insane 24-hour commentary stint on one of these events, I've thought of it as being maybe a cool, fun, special promo kind of thing to do at some point, but it would take some organizing. Today's our first day, of bringing back Friday night fights. So we're going to have to go step by step, just like some people with their time usage are going to have to go step by step, detoxing from the bullet binges, right? Just try thinking 2 or 3 minutes about a move, and then maybe at some point later they'll be ready to think for 5 or 10. Hola, Nick. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Strange opening for white that isn't bad? Yeah, Lenora, it's designed for that. It's really, like, we set it up as an arena so that people in different time zones can play, not with the idea that somebody would sit here and play classical chess for 10 or 20 hours, It's really designed for as many people as possible to come in and play one game. And if somebody's super into it, they can, 24 hours is long enough, they could play a game and come back, 15 hours later and play a second game. Totally. Or if your first game finishes quickly for some reason, horror of horrors, your opponent disconnects or blunders in the opening, that you could just start a second game and still get a real game. Not trying to dodge it. I'm just taking multiple questions at once. Strange opening for white that isn't bad. I mean, no opening is too bad, right? Like, you can play b3, bishop b2, it's fine. You can play b4. I think a lot of people don't know how playable b4 is. I have a former student who made it to 2400, and I played him in a tournament, and he played b4, and it wasn't so bad. You like Jesse's lectures? Great. Yeah. So if we go to the first position, like b4, this move is playable too. And, it's a different wrinkle than b3, right? The pawn's loose, but this move takes more space on the queen side. So you can imagine, Dabo, without saying too much about this, that this move could go well with maybe a later c4, setting up a duo of pawns and sort of space on the queen side, right? And when I played my student, they managed to at some point sort of set up e3, c4, d4, and get a big space thing over here. And I went, d6 and e5. We had like a fully interesting game. I don't think this is a move you can refute, and yet it's a very interesting move. There's also a variation here with e5, bishop b2, bishop takes b4, bishop takes e5, knight c6, bishop b2, knight f6. That's a very particular and imbalanced position. This is one of the main theoretical recommendations from 50 years ago for black on how to handle b4, was this line here. But what you'll see about it is, the point is they say black got a tempo of development with knight c6, and then they play d5, and even though they've got less pawns in the center, they've got development and sort of free piece play. But this is a weird and hard position to play as black, Oh, I messed up the move order. Sorry, thanks, Melt Like Butter. Here you can't go knight c6 because of bishop g7. It's knight f6, and then something like knight f3, knight c6, bishop b2, d5. Like this, sorry. And thanks for keeping me honest, Melt Like Butter. So this kind of position, it's unusual and it's playable. So, I mean, your opponent might know this many moves, like, oh, I'm supposed to go for this thing. And then what do they know about playing a position like this? It's really unusual. And as white, you can go e3, bishop e2, and c4 and take out their last center pawn. Not a lot of people know how to play sort of without center pawns, just free piece play. It's a little bit different from most openings, and it's definitely not bad. There's 100 answers to your question. Honestly, there's a lot of things that you can play that are like not losing for white. There's a lot of latitude. You can play a3 on move 1, and there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. I don't know the polar bear system. You've tried a3 and you get busted. Okay. Well, then move on to something else. Although, I mean, you shouldn't be busted. It should be equal. F4, knight a3, knight c2. That's pretty darn weird. Another thing, Dabo, is, you know, even within mainline openings, you can play something slightly unusual, right? Like knight f3, knight c6, you can play 4 knights. If that's not unusual enough yet, you can play 5a3 here. You know, your opponent can't play like a Rui. They can't play bishop c5 because of knight e5. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff you can play. Some people play g3 here, which is playable as well. But if you see a lot of it, then maybe it's not unusual enough for Dabo. But anyway, I mean, I would say, like, you can look at mainline openings, I mean, for the first 2 or 3 moves, you know, e4, d4, c4 kind of stuff. And then sometimes you can find a different line. You know? Like, for example, Jesse in the aggressive repertoire, he looked at the bishop opening and made a whole repertoire for white with e4, e5, bishop c4, which is fine. You know, which is fine. And, you know, a fully playable repertoire for white. Or Arjun Erigaisi against Haik Martirosyan this year in classical chess played the center game, e4, e5, d4, e d4, queen d4. So this is, you know, the number, whatever, 4 player in the world against another top 50 player. And he's playing the center game. And the thing is, in the center game, for years and years, people always played like the same line for white, right? Like queen e3, knight c3, bishop d2, castles. But in this position, I mean, you can play queen a4, you can play queen d3, you can, right? You can play queen d1, and then just get a game that people haven't seen before. And it's all of these moves are playable in the sense that you don't lose by playing them, right? It's equal-ish, right? You're playing the Scandinavian, but you've already played e4, so they don't have d5. It's just, you're not going to be lost with white in 2 or 3 moves like this. You just get to play an unusual game. Elliptic chess, you mean you looked for an advantage for black against the center game? It can't be found. And white even has latitude. They can do different things, right? All right, so let's get back to their game, shall we? Here, 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 king f1. Preparing to answer knight h4 with king here. Knight h4, king here, e4. Ringing his bell. Gotta trade, give up a pawn. That's the second in-between check Salah's used this game, right? The first was knight f3 check. Okay, so there's a pawn. Now, black's pawn structure is really trashy, but maybe the best thing is that they're coming with rook g2 next. Rook g1 to deal with it. I was thinking maybe you need counterplay with rook e6 here, right? But no, we get rook g1. I would think rook g2. Going for a4, a5, breaking things up. Ooh, that's sick. You can't stop rook e2 because the knight's covering here. I really don't understand why you put the knight on g2 instead of the rook. I was really surprised by that. Let's stand up this desk here. I've been sitting too long today, right? Too much. Knight c3 doesn't stop things. That's a good idea. Maybe knight c3 would stop something. Or maybe you just need your counterplay. Maybe you should just go a5, you know? Give black all that and go. 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 You got to get something for yourself at some point. Because look, I'm trying to set up this thing. Right? I'm trying to fight back somehow. Knight takes, check. Here. Takes, boom. Might not work. Might not work. Okay, maybe better than that is check here. No, not there because knight f4 check. King here. And now takes here and takes. Now we've got hope, right? We've reduced black's stuff quite a bit. Yeah, there's also knight f6 in this position as a possible move. Knight f6, king here. Not sure how it works out. Yeah, that's why I didn't go for it. I didn't see a follow-up really. Anyway, at some point, yeah, we gotta fight back too at some point. So in the game, rook f1, king comes in, king comes in. Okay. Still a fight. It's white to play. Maybe a5. This knight's kind of weird here, but obviously you can't move it to h4 and allow knight f4 check. This move makes sense. Maybe black's just going to take it, though. Well, you can see that Chess Lebanese Salah has used a little bit more time than Wild Chess and is giving Wild Chess a real game ever since we convinced Salah to stop chatting with us. It's been a real fight of a game. Is there anything else to consider besides a5? I mean, if a5 is not good, you could consider a move that maybe sets it up. There's not a lot of moves you can play or want to play here other than a5, though, that I can see. I mean, you could put this pawn on h3 if you think it's a little less vulnerable there than here. It's like a mild improvement of the position. There's not much you can do that improves your position, though, other than a5. If you think black's best move is to take, you could maybe play rook a1 first. I don't know. But yeah, I don't see much else elliptic chess. Yeah. Let's see. A5 was played. All right. Our friend little Wild Chess, Blanquito went for it. How many games do we have going right now? 4. We've got Matt back. We've got Baymon against Parker. Nice. Oh, it's a fairly new, recently started game. Oh, and they've got some hell of action going on. Wow. So Parker threw the H-pawn at Baymon's king, and Baymon is saying, what's the classic reaction to a wing attack, right? It's to explode the center. You can see also more time coming off of Baymon's clock. It means Baymon's putting more effort in, because at the moment they need to come up with something creative. You know what I mean? They have to diffuse what's coming. H4, H5. Parker was comfortable throwing that at Baymon. Baymon had to create. Baymon had to figure out, like, what do I do? I've got this nice center, but there's nothing that I'm in contact with. There's no trades. There's no like clear action, right? And White's doing this thing to me. How do I make use of the center? We've all heard the center's good, but what do you do with it when you've got it? So D4 is the choice, which looks like it can maybe force a pawn trade, right? E4 or C4. Well, C4 just loses a pawn. E4, White can push past it, and the center stays pretty close. So here, rook E8, E4 trying to push past this pawn and keep the center more locked. And Baymon with C4. I think this was great. And it was played quickly. The time was spent on rook E8, which means I think Baymon may have had C4 in mind in case of E4, which is really good. It's really good to like see what your opponent might like to do and have your idea in mind against it, for sure. Hi, Dan. Welcome. The other thing I'm bringing back, folks, is on Sunday we're going to have the Rapid tournament again, which we haven't had in a while. Okay. So that's going to be Sunday, 9 a.m. Pacific. So that's a time that would be much better for Europeans. All right, bishop f3, poking at the knight. General instinct here, folks, is that black successfully exploded the center, right, with white's king in it. So the instinct would be that black's play has been very successful here. This does definitely pose a question, though. What's the right thing to do with this knight? I don't think it's obvious. If we could get rid of the e-pawn, then we wouldn't have to worry about the knight. So options. We sack it on f2. We play bishop f5. We play pawn f5. We retreat the knight to f6, d6, c5, or g5. What are we thinking? All right, so the viral stigma is telling us maybe we can just, be absolutely domineering and bossy in the center with f5. It's a move that's double-edged. You have to worry about your king position when there's already a pawn on h6 and then you open up this diagonal. So it's definitely something to be careful about. Okay, Dan Shields, I think, is saying they thought that white could trade and it would be fine for white then. I actually kind of like that for black, Dan. I think these pawns are still pretty strong. The bishops can cover things. White's remaining pieces are not that impressive just yet. My first thought is this looks pretty good for black, actually, this line. I mean, so agree with the calculation, but maybe the evaluation is where we would differ a little bit here. I think it looks good for black. Hi, Bogdan. Welcome. Welcome to the dojo. I was maybe thinking maybe knight c5 for black, because from here you can help to roll these pawns. You can also in some instances hop into b3, oddly enough. Plus, if bishop f5, you could be coming into d3. The only small thing I don't like about it is there are scenarios where we would want our bishop here. But this to me looks pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not claiming that black's going to kill white or anything, but yeah, if you're going knight h3 and tucking your king, I mean, black's position looks pretty good, right? Pretty good. Bogdan preferring black's position. Yeah, that's my working assumption too, Bogdan. Like, I haven't done anything to be sure of it, but my guess is that black's good. Actually, here's a thought. Against this knight c5 move I wanted to play, what if white traded and tried to win our center pawn? Hopefully that's insanity that can't work. Takes. Queen takes, we win the queen. Knight takes. Try to win the knight. Check. Knight back. Chess.com just crashed? Chess.com dead, everybody said. Wow. That's crazy. Every game ended at once? I don't see it. Matt Chess still has his game going. Server overload. And this game ended as well. Why would they rate all the games when their server crashes? What? Why don't they just not rate it and call it incomplete? You thought you got banned for saying something nasty? Did you just say something nasty? That makes no sense. Well, that's brutal. Your opponent's name was MAGA Trump MAGA? Really? You have a player in the tournament called MAGA Trump MAGA? It's because we had people playing slow chess. We slowed things down. And they couldn't handle it, huh? Do I remember my old videos in 2016? I don't remember all of them. I've made a lot of videos in my life. I've made a lot of videos over the years. How were you doing when it was auto-drawn Blanquito? You wanted to finish it, of course. I hope you were enjoying the game. I hope you were getting a really good, fun experience out of it. Thanks, Chess Noob. That's very sweet, amazing, and wonderful to say. Yeah. You think it crashed the whole tournament too? Bunny Doctor crashed the server for everybody by rushing the H-pawn up the board. Good work, Bunny Doctor. Good work. You crashed everything. Powerful. Ay. Yeah, I remember that, Chess Noob. In the first 2-3 moves, Falgri? When it says like you can only spend 30 seconds per move for the first 2 or 3 moves of your game. Yeah, that was a really exciting game that they had there. The Bunny Doctor and Baymon. I was excited to see what Baymon was, how Baymon was going to keep fighting in the center there. I was very interested for the follow-up. How many classical games was Dojo responsible before the crash? I think there were like 5 games going in the tournament at that time, honestly, I think. So I don't think that should be enough to crash Chess.com. I think it's more like they've got millions of people using the site nowadays. I mean, look, they crashed because their site is so good that a lot of people were using it. That could happen. If everybody suddenly said, like, wait, this Dojo training program is great, and they all logged on to Chess Dojo at once, I'm sure our site would crash too, right? But there isn't really an explanation for the logic that it rated all the games when it crashed. I mean, then they're just going to have to field 10,000, probably 50,000, requests for people to fix their games that were rated. What kind of a logic is that you got it coded in to just rate the games? Less marketing and more server expending? Fair enough, Nora. Yeah, maybe so. Anything big like chess.com has its like pluses and minuses too, I know everybody's really upset right now. I'm sorry. This looks very much like an Alyechen, yeah. Just terrible. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, folks. I did my best with the site. I tried to, point it in a really good direction and create something of value for the chess community. Create a, good community and some useful tools and repository of lessons and so forth. But yeah, I don't know anything about stateful server redundancy either. Chess.com's grown a lot since the days that I worked on it. Thanks, Chess Noob. Thank you very much. I hope I'll see you again soon. And there's nothing more gratifying to me than knowing that, that the influence has been positive on somebody's relationship towards chess. All kinds of people target different things. The number one thing that I try to do as a chess teacher, my number one priority is to give the student a good relationship with chess. And then the second thing is teaching them how to improve on their own in the future. And only after that, I occasionally will try and teach them some formal things to improve them in the now. So I'm glad that Chess Noob feels good about chess. Another thing that keeps me calm is I'm tired, Yes, El Torito. There are many differences on how things would be organized because I am not greedy. That would be a clear change in overall guidance. I would want the best for everybody, yeah. For everybody involved. Also, I have a different perspective on growth. I don't think it's necessary to grow as fast as possible. I think it's more important to do what you do well. Anyway, on that note, I'm probably happier hanging out with 100 of you teaching than being in charge of something with 50 million people, Do something nicely the way it's supposed to be done. Dan Shields asking about plans here for black, maybe f5 immediately, right? Building the strength. White's also trying to build their strength with d5 and c5. So we have an incentive to do it. My concern from black's perspective, Dan, is we've got a little bit of a jumble of these pieces here, right? I think this is the only variation I've calculated in this position, Dan, was that if black develops this knight, it looked like c5 was trapping that one. That's about all I calculated, and then I thought to myself, we're kind of tangled. So I love building strength as much as the next person, but I would wonder if there isn't some way to organize some of this stuff, That's like my big concern is black. Because if we start doing moves that are kind of like fighting moves, right? Are we poised to actually win any of the fights we start here? I thought about that as well, Viral. Like after knight d7, c5, one of my next thoughts was, do I want to go a5, knight a6? And I'm worried about it because it's genuinely the side that I'm weak on over here, right? So one thing I'm giving is this square, just in general, right? And another thing is this knight. Like maybe they take your structure to make this, right? And maybe they just try and crack you like this. Because queen takes, pawn takes, bishop b6, right? So, and I didn't go deep into calculating a5, but I had some worries around a5 as well. Okay, so elliptic chess thought of maybe c6 to try and break this strength for white and create some squares for black. So you're meeting white head on where they're strongest, but it's because you just need purchase for these pieces. And actually, you've got a million pieces over here. If they were effective, they could perhaps fight back. I mean, what? White's got one extra pawn, a pawn majority. You've got a million pieces, right? But, yeah, I mean, it's a question whether white can go d6 and get the follow-up with c5. That would lock in a passed pawn that would potentially be a headache for the rest of the game. I mean, I don't know. Here, hitting this. Here, grabbing a square. And suddenly we've got squares for all our pieces. Can we play around that passer? It's weird. It's not how I play in blitz games. You know, it's not surface level that I'm just comfortable doing this. Maybe we don't need this pawn. Maybe this is strong enough without the pawn. Maybe we just lock the black piece out still. And black can't attack this that many times, honestly. And we can always play queen d2, rook d1. It's knight d7. Maybe go here and break black over there a little bit. Yeah, the sense is that black's probably like a little bit worse. Whatever they do here, right? It's a tough position. So Evan's choice was rook e8, c5, knight back. And then white played something very aggressive there. So they're looking to just capitalize already. There's plenty good building moves here for white, by the way, folks. Rook e1, bishop c4, queen b3, any of those three moves could be awesome. I don't know that white needs to crack black. I understand the desire to crack black while they're like this. But if it's hard to find a good move for black, then maybe this move could develop their piece, right? That can't get out yet. So we'll see. Black didn't take. Okay. So that means there was some tactical thing here that black saw that I didn't see yet, but that I will. Maybe. That made them not go for this. Queen d5, bishop here. Knight d5, bishop here, bishop here. Knight here. That's weird that that one seems to hold. You'd think that wouldn't. Bishop g5. Okay, maybe this is it. Although, I mean, they're playing so fast that you wouldn't think they would have calculated a line this long. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, knight f8 played in 2 seconds, right? Trading on c6 the first time in 30 seconds. It's hard to imagine that black saw a line as long as the following. Knight here. So if the knight moves, you take on c7, you win. Threatening the knight, bishop here. Attack it. Okay, again, if it moves, knight here. Knight b8, holding everything for the moment. Maybe white just thought, okay, and you're tangled up and you're never playing. But I think this move is now good. Even that I'm not sure of. Maybe f6 is still doable. The thing about queen a4 here is we're going to allow queen d5. It would have to be something like queen b3 looking at this, and then this move here could be good. But I wasn't sure about knight a5 hitting this. Maybe now you bring the bishop. But the king will just go to h8, right? So what's our follow-up there? Maybe queen b3. Still knight a5. No, we have double checks. Queen b3, king h8, rook d1. This would be really hard. There's no way you calculate that anyone calculated this in 30 seconds, right? I mean, this is what you have to look at, though, before you just let white have this pawn and go knight f8. You know? I mean, you just have to calculate knight takes c6. What? Yeah, I mean, this, you know, some people have the instinct. We've got somebody in chat saying, I would feel like I have to take or I'm just squished. Evan felt like I can't risk taking. It opens up some tactical lines, but nobody's calculating concretely whether or not knight c6 wins or loses. That's the key thing that needs to be done. That's the component that's missing here, you know? Bishop takes f6 is the best. And then what? I mean, you might be able to take it next move if you don't take it now, viral stigma, you know? Or you might be able to play knight a6, rook b8, or something else. No, I mean, this needs to be calculated. An attempt needs to be made. It's classical chess. It's not just by instinct. It's a critical move, and we just calculate a little bit before we play it. Yeah. So in the game, we get here, and it looks like it may get worse and worse for black as far as ever being able to deal with this. All right, Mint Chip, great. I'm glad you got the full experience playing one classical game, watching the VOD, thinking on it. Perfect time management, by the way. Really, really great, but you already saw that in the VOD. Yeah, this arena was designed exactly for that. So, thank you for focusing when you played your game and not listening to me. I think you're somewhat new to the dojo, potentially, because it says first time chat here in Twitch. And so it's good that you knew not to listen to the commentary while you played, but instead to come digest it after. So, and thank you for your message. All right, so knight e6 got played here. Knight e4. Rook d1 looked concerning, did it not? Concerning from black's perspective. Let's have a quick look here. Rook d1. If knight d4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. It's midnight, okay, guys? I'm counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. white can just take it and win. Queen to one of these squares, knight d5. Nothing promising about tucking the queen in here. I can tell you that. I just want to show how critical it is getting here. That's a win. She's dead. She's dead. I mean, I could easily miscalculate at this hour, but that just looks like a trap. That just looks like a piece that's not moving anymore. Of course, knight g5, black's got other options. I was just showing this for fun. But white is threatening to, you know, trade it and then come here. I don't even know if it's the best move. But this looks very strong for white. Rook d1. Rook d1. I mean, that's almost like an autopilot kind of move. Oh, I like your idea, Viral Stigma. Viral Stigma saying, what if you just go b4, b5? You create a pawn chain that traps, you know, multiple opponents' pieces. You don't need to calculate anything. You don't need concrete lines. You don't need some other insightful plan of how you're going to realize the advantage. It's going to be pretty easy once your pawn goes to b5. That's a pretty good point, Viral. That said, I think rook d1, knight d5 has got to be the most killer thing. It just improves your pieces too much. You can always play b4, b5 next. Rook d1 is too good. Okay, in the game, we get knight e4. h6, trying to keep the knight back. Bishop c5, weird. Maybe setting up a queen trap. f5, rook d1. Yeah, okay, kuru. Setting up the trap in advance, but black could have traded here, right? I don't know. Evan's got too much time on the clock. Evan was in chat with us between games saying, like, I've played 30,000 bullet games and I just can't control myself anymore. So we know what the issue is. Oh, knight c5 hits the queen. But Kuru is at least stopping and calculating a moment here, checking whether this is true or not. You know, rook d8, knight a4? Really? Who's going to be ahead or behind here? By the way, folks, I should give you the 5-minute warning like I do for my kids so you can start to come to terms with the transition that's coming up. I'm going to have to go to bed, and you're going to have to continue with your days or nights or whatever without the live commentary. This is the current position. White's thinking right here. Oh no! The moves just are coming in. Rook d8. Winning. As you said. Bogdan, you were right about this. This should be winning. Rook d8. Knight a4 here with check. And then here. And black gets a piece over here. But this stuff is looking really trapped. Maybe it's not so completely dead easy. Black's down in exchange at the moment. Knight b6 is going to cover everything. Knight e1. Oof. Nobody likes going back like that. It's weird because your rook, like the point of the whole position seems to be to trap black's pieces with your rook. But maybe rook c7 was the best move. Bogdan says so. Bogdan says so. You check the king. If he goes back, you can check again and play c7. This, I mean, there are other ways to win with the c6 pawn, right? And if the king comes up, then maybe you solve your knight issue like this. Oh, white just won the game. So whatever they did was good enough. Let's check it. It wasn't that many more moves. Knight e1, knight b6 gave the check. Ah, just preparing the pawn. Sacked it and resigned because, yeah, white's up a full rook. So fairly effective. by Kurukuru. We see the decisive thing was actually taking out this c pawn. Just like Bogdan was thinking. Could also take g7 and then promote. There is a knight covering here, so I don't know if you want to sack your rook to do this. I mean, I imagine it works as well. Well, yeah, Evan, I mean, yeah. Sleep is really important. I'm about to go to sleep. And in general, Evan, you'll be better off playing one game, right? Than 3 or 4 games. You can play one game with that same amount of time and enjoy that one game more than, 2 or 3 games played in the same time. It's really like the quality versus the quantity, I think. So, yeah. I hope you get some good sleep, and I hope, we'll see you again next week, and we'll just set modest goals, Evan, just to try and think, 1 or 2 minutes longer than we did in a previous game. Nothing insane. You don't have to change from one game to the next, but just incrementally, we're going to slow you down and get you enjoying it even more. And thank you, Fisher Seb, for the support. Thank you, Blanquito, for following us as well. Yeah, thanks to everybody who participated and gave all of us good stuff to watch, right? Because there's some of us who are here to watch. Some of us don't have 4 or 5 hours. So we're in here for half an hour or an hour watching, or we don't have the energy to play. It's fine. And so thanks for those of you who played for giving us a good show to watch. Thanks for all the nice comments, everybody. I hope you dream of some better things too, Fisher Seb. You had an interesting game. You could dream about the game and, one day maybe do some more postmortem with Blanquito. It was very interesting. Or you can go back and watch my comments if there were any you didn't hear live. And maybe something I say will... No, I didn't say anything too useful. Never mind on your game. But anyway, have a great day and great night, depending what zones all of you are in. The arena will continue running another lots of hours, it looks like. 16 hours or something like that. It should run another 20 hours, shouldn't it? Anyway, and Sunday, 9 a.m. Pacific, we'll do a rapid tournament, and we're gonna build that normally into Saturday morning time, and we'll be doing like sparring events in that time too pretty soon. All right, cheers everybody, be well. Spread the love and kindness to others. We'll send a raid as I get back into... You ain't go bathroomy phony party. What? Who are these people? EP Cat? I don't know if I should be raiding these people. I'm not recognizing any of it.